Good morning, everybody. How you all doing? Grateful as always for early confirmation on sound. PC12 next to go. I've just got a couple of bits to do in the background. Oh man, what's happened here? Just bear with me, I've got something I want to get going on the screen. So it's an early start anyway. So good morning, Keith Cornell. I can see you, Deborah Speller, Mary Brock. I think Scottish Linda may have already visited. I'm just trying to get today's poll up on the screen. Might take a couple of minutes. Thank you, Deborah Speller. Thank you for that on sound. Thank you, HGC. Good morning to you as well. You are all early birds. Can't believe it. The laptop just died on me just after I fired the stream up. I'm just going to position us for the next aircraft, which ain't going to be far away at all. Let's take you out a bit, buy me a bit more time. Let's see if I can get the screen that I had. Right, here we go, start poll. So today's poll, grateful again, friends, if you can tell me if you can see it. It's always best if you can. It's a read across, or a carry across should I say, from our Thursday show at Glasgow. Global Airlines. Is that livery a hit, a miss, or a maybe? And for those of you who've slept 2 or 3 times since then, I have got a little graphic to pop up later. Let's just get the show bedded in. Beautiful sunshine morning. Can't tell if I'm getting a wave, but I am waving. So let's come out of that, power laptop down, come on EasyJet, play the game. Just wanting a little bit of wriggle room. So I'll be pointing the camera again in a second. I'm just swapping power over. Right. Yeah, a bit more EasyJet. So I should find out where this is actually going, shouldn't I? That'll be the way to do it. Paris Charles de Gaulle, an A319-100. We'll open up the show properly as soon as this baby goes. Our next inbound, I was looking at that, is the United Airlines Newark flight, due in at 8:15, made about half an hour. So we start with a flying pencil. Well, say start, nearly start. So let's do a few more good mornings while EasyJet build up the suspense with the 757. So Robert D, yeah, good morning Pegasus crew. You know. Who else have we got? HTC I've said hi to. Right, now I'm back in it now. Hey up Lisby, how goes it? Big wave from Mark. A two-handed wave. Linda Cantis, hello to you. Enjoying your porridge. Right, we can't gaze on lovingly at that departure. United are well into finals now, well in. Kind of wish I'd used the sky to reverse back through, but there you go. So that is the first in a sequence of six 757 movements that we get to enjoy today across the New York Newark, Chicago, which is due in fairly shortly, and Washington connections. So looking good, looking really good. I'm just going to pop you on the windsock actually for a minute. As you can see, at the minute they're operating in the direction of the prevailing wind. It is a westerly of sorts, but it is negligible strength and expected to remain that way throughout the morning, and then it will move to an easterly. So great work by ATC there, definitely. I did wonder which way it might break, whether I needed to go to Almond Bank, because when I went to bed it was looking like a solid easterly wind forecast, but hey ho. Right, Lowlander, good morning to you buddy, and check this out, indeed so, you had it as well at Bonnie Bridge. What a sight, blue sky morning and all that. 11.5k subs, says HGC. Well, there you know, I've got to hit the fireworks, thanks for that. Good to know. Thank you everybody that has subscribed to Plain Sailing Aviation. fantastic stuff. I'm just going to rotate the camera a bit further round. It's going to be potentially a little bit hazier. When I got up this morning at about 3:15, flight radar reckoned it were foggier. My heart sank, but you know, got to keep your foot in. Good morning, Linda Cooper. How are you doing? Hope you got down to Shropshire okay. It's a fair old journey. As it goes, I shall be off to Leicestershire at some point in the next few days. Obviously my dad's situation is what it is, still in hospital and everything, so now I'm got rid of my cold, or pretty much I'm just left with a bit of hay fever, which is just the way it is. So gonna have a couple of days down there. Good morning, Maverick79. Hello to you. En route to the Mound. Should be there by 9 o'clock. That's excellent timing, Mav. I think it's a Delta due out then. Talk about making an entrance. Just leave us long there for the minute. So let's do this. We'll go back to the chat in a minute. So we're near enough to the official start time. Good morning and welcome to a sunny Edinburgh International Airport. I think I'm going to get a job endorsing Scottish tourism, because it seems everywhere I'm turning up at the minute it's sunny. But then again, it was happening without me, but by the by. Anyway, here we are in our position overlooking the action on runway 06 at the Mound. For those of you who know Edinburgh, it's a great spot, and we get to see the planes taxi past us really nice and close up, which is always a treat. As always, folks, as well, quick and humble plea on likes. Remember, the sooner you can put the likes on for us, it helps YouTube decide that people are enjoying the content, and that really does help. Otherwise you just get pushed into the sidelines, which is generally the fate of smaller channels anyway, for obvious reasons. But you know, punching your weight is the first thing in the game, so if we can do that, that'll be fun-dabby-doozy. So 110 movements, I figure, during the show. Our standard run time will be till about 12:45, and then if people want me to extend a little bit more, if the Qatar's coming in early, the Qatar Dreamliner, or steady there, the Pegasus, then we'll see what the prevailing mood of the nation is and go from there, really. Can't say fairer than that. We like to listen to what our members want. Bags of transatlantic action today. Air Canada running late, as those of you that are in flight radar will probably already know. So I think last I looked it was probably going to come in around 8:45, 8:45, 8:45. So that's a kind of deferred bonus for us, because we'll see it come in where sometimes we don't, and we'll definitely see it go. So happy days. But it's not just about Air Canada. You've seen United Airlines with the first of their 6 movements in the show. We've got Delta Airlines with their 767, the first of which I think you see at 9 o'clock, and that is the Atlanta departure. So a bit of Smoky Joe action. JetBlue, of course, JetBlue are now back in the show, and new to plain sailing Aviation for 2025 in a live stream, although obviously we had them last year, is we have 4 WestJet movements. So members, there is a couple of extra WestJet emojis to play about with today. They're both 737 Maxes, no Dreamliners in that. I think they only put the Dreamliner on the Calgary route, do they? I think it might be Toronto and Halifax in today's show. I barely had time to digest that. And of course we've got Virgin Atlantic. I think they are due in around 8:30 in their incomparable A350-1000. What's not to love? Transatlantic left, right and centre. The other good news is that we've got, of course, the Qatar Airways A350-900 due out at 5 to 8. So happy days abound. Right, I'm going to go back to the chat. Oh yeah, and just to remind folks, we do have an in-show poll, which should, in theory, let's see if it's in practice. yeah, there we go. So it's all about the Global Airlines livery. So they're not in today's show, but my initial take on it was I wasn't that impressed with it, truth be told. It kind of says to me like the kind of thing that might have won a school art project, and I'm being probably a little bit harsh. I just can't decide. So I'm throwing it out there. We've got a sophisticated viewership, particularly amongst the membership. So have your say, hit, miss, or maybe. So that's one to tinker away with during the show. I do see a couple of amazing things that have just happened on the screen. I'll try to get to these in sequential order. Shadow Chaser 13 is a new member of the PSA Crew Lounge. So welcome aboard, Shadow Chaser. 13. And I see also Leslie Kerrison is spoiling us again, amazingly, with 20 gifteds, which we'll come to in a tick. Let's do Shadow Chasers fireworks to welcome. Well, I don't know if it's he or she. Do tell Shadow, but either which way, here's your fireworks. Welcome to the Crew Lounge. And what a friend Leslie Kerrison is to plain sailing aviation. Unbelievable. 20 gifted memberships. I'll try and do a roll call in a minute if I can. We've got somebody else on final approach, so let's just deal with the mission at hand. Let's get Leslie's fireworks on before the moment goes. So Leslie, these are for you. Awesome support. And what have we got here? This must be, I guess, the United arrival from Chicago. Of course it's not. It's actually a very distinctive Dreamliner. Was not expecting that. Did a bit of squinting in the sunshine at the minute in my defence, but most definitely not a flying pencil, most definitely a Dreamliner. Right, some bread and butter coming across the screen now. And that will be a Ryanair departure to Dublin. Takes a bit of getting used to, actually, the looking at yourself in the screen, but I've got a couple of technical developments in play. Aviation Action Scotland has given me a field monitor to trial. I'm not using it today because the sun's behind me, so I probably still have the same problem, but I'm getting a better pair of sunglasses, so that should make the difference. See if I can get a wave. I won't necessarily know if I've got a wave, but you might. Good morning and welcome as well to anyone that has just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh, and if you didn't know already, I'm Mark, your host, bringing you the planes till around 12:45. Something in the region of 110 movements if you add the ins and the outs. Plenty of transatlantic heavies. It's just a really good looking show. Weather's beautiful. What's not to like? Try and get back into the chat if I can. So I think Linda was the last name I said hi to. Big DC, good morning to you, Big DC. Happy Sunday. I have to keep pinching myself to remind myself where I'm actually standing. I keep wanting to say Aberdeen or Glasgow. And of course we spend oodles of time here, more time at Edinburgh than anywhere else. But it's just funny how you get discombobulated. Good morning, Samuel Taylor Ackroyd. Hello to you, my friend. Bobby from Bearsden. Hi to you, Bobby. We'll just leave that long for a minute. Lowlander says no rain for 31 days. It's curious, you know. I mowed the back lawns yesterday afternoon, or back lawn, not plural, it's only plural if you count the front. Anyway, point was, it kind of just about wanted doing, and with having to go to see my dad at some point in the week, I thought, I better take care of it now, because if it rains, you know what happens, it will suddenly motor. Anyway, by the by. But the front, I didn't bother with. It, front, I got longer hair on my head. No need for chortling in the chats, it is true. Interesting. So, Shadow Chaser, 7 PM for you in New Zealand. Generally, as a rule of thumb, unless there's a reason not to, or whatever, force majeure as they say, we like to do a Sunday show, which generally starts at 10 to 8. I just fired up a bit earlier today because it was such a nice day, and I could see people were in the chat, and you know, there's no point in sitting waiting for the clock to tick when people are sitting waiting to see some planes and say hi. So yeah, Sundays. And then in the week, it can move around a bit, so it's a tricky one, that. So obviously, this week we were at Glasgow for the Global Airlines inaugural flight. That was a Thursday show. The week before, we were in Aberdeen, you know, the helicopters, jets and props kind of show, which is just fantastic there. That was a Thursday and Friday one, and as a rule of thumb, when the action stands up, I quite like to get to Newcastle on a Friday, hoping very much that now that the summer timetable is fattening up, that we will be back for a Newcastle show on a Friday soon. Or if something special rocked up there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, all things being equal, it's a Sunday show and a Friday show, because Newcastle is actually my local airport, and if we're going somewhere else, it could just be whatever day best fits the action. A lot of words there for but it was a good question, and I like to be as predictable as I can in terms of the actual timings, so that people know when they're going to find us, but also to make sure we've got something in the week as well as the weekend. So if you work in the week or vice versa, that you've got the means of catching some of the action, which is particularly important for members, because members are everything to us at Plain Sailing Aviation. That's not a cliche, that's an absolute fact. I think if you look at what we actually do to make the offer as good as we can for the price that it is, I think we punch our weight. But you know, others may disagree. Right, where am I? Gordon Hunter, good morning to Gordon Hunter. Andrew McInnes, hello to you. Thank you for hitting that like button. That really does make the difference. I can't emphasise that enough. Get your words in, Mark. It's funny, with your headset on, you hear your voice coming back at you with just a slight delay, and mostly I'm used to it, but every now and again it catches you with a curve. Yes, Samuel Taylor. there's an event on. It must be a dogs event, because I've seen oodles of people walking dogs around on the car park, and I think there's quite a few people who've come down the night before, and I reckon, based on what I saw, possibly slept in their vans. I don't know. I'm just going to have to blow my nose, take the mic off. It's just one of those hay fevery days. I did take a antihistamine, a Piriton should I say, before I come out, but hey ho. Right, so who got those gifties from Leslie? Let's have a look. Esther L, Donna A380, planes everywhere. Jan, love Marmite. That's a divisive one, isn't it? I actually love Marmite too, although I'm an occasional dibbler. Zena, what's that? I can't quite read it in the glare. Leoise, Ellie Morgan, Catherine Malin, Stu Martin, Martin Kerr, Paul 2610, Kathy H, Giovanni Louis, Martin Saxton, Felix Cedar, Nigel Coxon, Waz Radio. In fact, let's do a shout out for Waz Radio. I actually got an email from Warren, who is Waz Radio, Warren Barnett, who operates a radio show from Sydney, Australia, every Saturday night. I've not had a chance to, the email only dropped in my box, but anyway, great to have you in the chat, in the membership, and all the rest of it. Warren, welcome aboard. All right, collect yourself, Mark. Inbound plane. Now, I'm also pretty sure that Craig McLean is flying in from Dublin today, and I don't know if Craig is on this ATR or even if this is the Dublin one as against the Belfast one, but I know he'll let us know. I know he and Mrs. McLean have had a short break to Dublin. I think that was the other reason why I set up early, actually, just in case he was on the early flight and it came in early. Simply wouldn't do to have missed that. Great friend of the channel. So it's going to be quite hazy, as you'd expect on a sunny day at the far end of the track. Let's just go across. So we've got 737 on its way out. So where was I with the name call? So Waz, Chris, Adam Thwaites, Alf Sloreng. I think I'm more or less there. Anyway, welcome aboard. Shadow Chaser 13, you're a man. Excellent. And definitely Leslie the boss. We've got some great friends here, we really have. Which is the whole point for me anyway. You know, you do this for the community and what you can do together as a community. You know, as we said before, what we take only ever goes on content, not into our pockets. It's not, I'm retired, so that's not really why I'd want to do it like that and carry on working. I mean, I enjoy watching the planes more, but you know what I mean. The idea of being able to put everything in, back out, and more, frankly, of course, on content is a good one. See if I can get a wave. It's not as good without you, Linda Cooper. We'll see if Paul Barnes can do better at getting people to wave. So, for those who are curious, this Ryanair 737 is off to Prague. somebody on final approach. So which ATR is it? The Belfast one. So the preceding Dublin one might have been carrying Mr. and Mrs. McLean. We'll find out. Bjorn Hansen, hello to you, good morning. If I'm correct in my recollection, a recently joined member or beneficiary of a gifted membership, so I hope you enjoy it, Bjorn. Well, that was a light puff of smoke. I know it's not a heavy bird, but ooh, I can smell a bit of Jet A1. There is literally no wind at the minute, so it's flat calm. If you're hoping to spend your day sailing, if it's like this out on the Firth of Forth, you probably want a small outboard motor. So here's our Prague departure. Hey up, J-Ro Ruder. Hello to you. Big wave thumbs up from Mark. Keith Cornell. I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean. Mrs. PSA will tell you that sometimes when I get onto the A1, when it's the pair of us going somewhere, and generally walking or some such, I sometimes forget and miss my turn because I'm in my head on my way to Edinburgh. Baffling. Hey up, Waz, I see you in the show. Awesome stuff. I love that circle of life thing. I got your email and then you're in the show. Good stuff. Is it Robert D's message I've just seen? Hold that thought. I think the fleece is going to have to come off. I mean, don't laugh, folks. I've actually come with a coat as well, mainly because of what you can stick in all the pockets. Because I've got a rucksack on my back, one on my front like a parachute, and then carrying the broadcast box. It's slightly surreal. That could be a Flying Dutchman just about to come in. I think I've seen the comment, I think it was Robert D, about Virgin Atlantic being about half an hour away. Right, let's just pop us on there. So this will be a 737. I think it's an 800, but I only had a quick glance at the listings. Right, as I'm sure the chat already know, there's Qatar 350-900 on its way out to Doha. Paul Kaczynski, hello to you, buddy. Your son is on the Vueling. It's the 321, isn't it? What seat's he in, Paul? And just remind me, I can't remember. Oh, it was grandkids you were with last week, weren't it? What's your son's name? If I can remember, I will do a shout out. In between, I've got some fireworks as well to do before I forget. So, between shows, Stephen C very generously donated to us via Ko-fi. And as always, if you do it between shows, if I can, I'll put a separate slide up. We love the support we get. So, Stephen C, awesome support. These fireworks are for you. Andrew McInnes reporting in the WestJet. The first of our WestJets was 25 minutes out, and that was at 8 o'clock. So about 15 minutes away. Steve Beacal, 78. How you doing, Mucker? Hope life's been treating you good. HTC, you lot of class. Rab's at Knockhill today, so that's first piece of the equation. So I think Alibi tends to favour the latter part of the morning. I'm not sure what Nell's situation is, but the main thing is, in amongst the team, yeah, we'll be fine. Good morning, Alan Scott. How you doing, buddy? Your neighbour is flying out to Milan shortly. Okie dokie. Nearer the time, Alan, if you call the name into the chat, I will try, can't promise, but I will, as I will try with Paul Kaczynski, do a shout out. Good morning, Glenn's Aviation Love. You take it steady on that drive home, Glenn. Reading between the lines, you've done a night shift last night, and knowing the work that you do, that'll be a long night shift as well, so you take it steady, buddy. Then I'll see if I can help you get to sleep with my droning when you get home. Oh, I see Nell W is in the show. Good morning, Nell. How you doing? Top of the morning to you. Right, nothing on final approach. This should be a nice, steady drift out onto the runway and pedal to the metal. So, a bit like Thursday's show at Glasgow was a bit surreal, having two A380s both featuring. The thing I love about the Sunday show here at Edinburgh is we get two 350s, a 900 and a 1000 within the same hour. Liking that a lot. John McKenzie, good morning to you. I've just seen your milestone moment, buddy. We'll get on to that in a minute. I think if I can't see anything else on finals, we'll stay with this when it banks, because it'll make a left, or it should make a left. Although technically you think he'd go right, as he's going to be going southwards. So let's get ourselves up as we can. There we go, there's the anticipated left. Mornings like this, you kind of forget, you know, that what it is like when it's really savage on this spot. You know, when that easterly's coming at you and it's raining. Whereas all I'm thinking now is I think I'll leave this one at that actually. It's just looking a bit hazier at distance. So let's go to the tower, the very iconic tower, if you're not familiar with Edinburgh and this is your first sighting of it. Definitely worth a look. Right, John Mackenzie had 21 months fireworks to do, so great friend to the channel. John Mackenzie, you superstar, here's your fireworks. Good morning, political bias. Although as I see it on the screen at the minute, Mark Oscar. But PB, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Right, Waz have said hi to, Paul Kaczynski I've said hi to. I'm just going to drive straight onto the bottom of the chat. Missed anybody along the way? It does happen, but I try hard not to make it happen. Nell, I've said good morning to United 30 minutes out. I remember picking up on that. Ian Lavery, hello to you. Robert D, I can confirm it's a blue fleece. In fact, I'm taking it off now. This is the moment. So there might be a bit of rustling, but it's all for the greater good because I'm cooking alive. Well, I'm back and there's a plane on its way in, so I'm just going to position you for it. Mark's own version of a positioning flight as I traverse you from right to left. It's a lovely day. So our next inbound is WestJet, and that is a 737 from Halifax. Members, remember you do have 2 emoji options for this week's show, just because WestJet are back. It's absolutely smashing to see WestJet back, but we've had this conversation before, haven't we? I'm just not sure I'm sold on the notion of going to Canada on a Max. I mean, what's Halifax? Is that going to be 5-6 hours? Chat, correct me on that. If you've just joined the show as well, welcome and good morning. Happy Sunday to you, here from Edinburgh, on the Mound. Is that a member's announcement? David Dawes, or Dave Dawes, sorry Dave. Put your Sunday name straight on it, has joined the PSA Crew Lounge. Absolutely fantastic to have you with us. We'll welcome you in our time-honoured way with some fireworks in a minute. Kind of virtual ones, of course. Otherwise they'll be chucking me in the back of a van. So, Dave Dawes, here's your fireworks. Okay, there is a plane on final approach, which is why that Ryanair didn't continue taxiing out. Good morning, Natalie Alice. Oh, hang on a minute, can't believe it. There is a British Airways departure gone out short, unobserved. Still I'm on it. Says a lot about ticket sales or capacity versus ticket sales. Oh, a bizzo. So let's see what we got. So the inbound biz was in from Liège, a Cessna Citation CJ2. The Ryanair departure on the grid is off to Wheeze. Right, back to the chat. Good morning, Neil Macquarie. Beautiful day indeed. Natalie Alice, hi to you. Indeed, a beautiful day. Marie Mackay, hi to you. Optimus Toaster, welcome back. A fine, fine morning. Thanks HDC for the kind comment. Oh, plane's moved. Here we go. I think this might be the moment for a quick water break. It's not quite sub-Saharan, but it's definitely a warm one. You're right, political bias. The tower here does have notes of Newcastle, although I prefer the Edinburgh one, if I'm really honest. But yeah, it's that wasted kind of design, isn't it? Not wasted like on a Saturday night kind of wasted, but you know, as in the waste. Thank you, Samuel Taylor Ackroyd. Thursday was fantastic. It was just one of those days that, well, you want to be there for, and if you can't be there for it, the next best thing is to be able to see it by other means. I think that was undoubtedly the front, well, it's the front runner for the most significant moment UK aviation wise in 2025. there's still plenty of year left, so it can be trumped, no question about that. But ooh, the water is still cool. Got to make the most of that. But yeah, good stuff. Right, I'll try and get down the chat a bit more. Addy Daly, hello to you. You're sitting just to my right hand side. Hey up, waving away. And you've clearly checked the forecast as well. I came all coated up and I've had to peel myself down. Shorts and t-shirt is the way to go. That is the way to spot planes today. There's no real wind. Sometimes you get those days that are going to transform from westerly to easterly, and the Mound can be a cold place. But I don't think today's that day. Right, back to the chat. DB Bassman, good morning, buddy. How's tricks? Good morning, David Smart. How goes it? Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, isn't it, David? My understanding is, for various reasons, I don't think the terminal has the ability to take an A380. The runway is slightly longer at Glasgow. My understanding is length isn't the thing that would rule it out here, but I suppose it depends on the landing weight of the aircraft, of course. But it's as much to do with the runway itself and the hard stand. I can't remember the categorizations for these things, but there's a kind of requirement, isn't there, for you've got the runway itself and then a distance either side for the where the wings protrude over. Struggling to find the right way of explaining that. In my head, I can kind of verbalize it, kind of hell. But yeah, it was interesting as well, and Edinburgh spotters will already know this. Iceland Air are going to be coming to Edinburgh this year, and that'll be an interesting thing, what implication that will have for Glasgow. We'll talk more about that one in a bit. We have somebody inbound. It kind of feels to me that Edinburgh are doing really good on business, definitely that, but I think they are going to have their work utterly cut out getting the infrastructure end of things into place, because it's very hard to do it and manage business as usual in virtually any sector, but airports in particular are very intensive, aren't they? So I'll see where this EasyJet has come from in a jiff. Let's just get it on the deck first. Stay with it as he rolls out. So we were talking about how much fun it would be to sit on a Max 8 to Canada. Robert D puts it in context, 5 hours 25 minutes. Now for me, I think, and I've not done it, so I could be entirely wrong, but that doesn't feel that appealing. I've flown to Dublin a couple of times on a Max, as I've said before on shows, but for 45-50 minutes, phew, I've had longer bus journeys and it was absolutely fine. But I don't think I'm that excited, unless I was in one of the premium seats. I'm not that excited about travelling that kind of distance on an A321 or a 320 for that matter. I'm sure it's nicer in the better seats. So I did say I was going to see where that EasyJet had actually come from, and then my usual tendency towards distraction kicked in. So the EasyJet that just landed was from Belfast. Hey up Les Forrester, welcome back. Les in Falkirk. Don't suppose you know where Les Donaldson is, the other Les in Falkirk? Probably still basking in the glow that comes from supporting a successful football team. Kind of remember what that felt like. Nell, you're becoming a telescope hawk. I'm just looking at all that emoji action. Tells me I need to get down the chat a bit faster. 120. Oh, I think I saw HTC saying 100 likes up. 125 says TAC. Good morning to you, TAC. Quick burst of fireworks for everybody that got us up to the 100. If you've just joined the show, grateful if you could help us get to the 150. It's all about milestones with YouTube, otherwise they just promote other content. So here you go, folks, well done. Welcome back, 6110 Swissport worker. Hello you. You're our friend in Narita. I think it's Narita Airport. If I'm wrong, you'll get used to me being wrong. Faulty recollection. In my defence, I'm getting a little bit more forgetful. So we've got somebody on final approach. I'm just going to park you up on the solar farm that's going to be kicking out a few kilowatts today. Optimus, exactly that. That's what I was grappling. I did have a better technical explanation on that one, but I've forgotten it. But it is essentially width, and then I think there's also the handling side of things. So we've got United Airlines in, must be the Chicago flight. Washington's not due in until around 10:30. So this is the second of 6 757 movements in today's show. Happy days. Tell you what, let's go that side and wait for the 757 to come into the shot. Take the tree out of it. Good morning, Lee Murdoch. How you doing? I'll tell you what though, going back to David Smart's point about the 380, can you just imagine if that was commercially viable for Edinburgh and they decided to go that route? That would be such a blow for Glasgow. I just don't think that will be good for Scottish aviation. It'll be interesting for us, but I think the Scottish aviation, and by extension UK aviation, is better served by a good Glasgow and a good Edinburgh. I mean, Thursday's show marked a very long time since I last spotted at Glasgow. You know, we're talking September, early September 2023. And when I got there, I thought, it's lovely to be back. And then I remembered that the reason we don't live stream that often there is simply because you need a reasonable flow of action, of course, to create a spectacle. which is one of the reasons at the minute we don't do as much at Newcastle. Hello James Duffy, how goes it? Ah, the Delta are sending a 3:30, are they, on Friday? That will be very nice indeed. Somebody else is on finals, so let's get on it. It's an ATR, so that can only be at this time of day, I would suggest, Aer Lingus. It's one of those Sundays with a lot of Aer Lingus ATRs in the show. For whatever reason. Seems like every second Sunday. Let's peel away from there and have a bit of a head-on look at the pencil. Good morning, Victoria Patterson. How are you doing? Ash Watts is in the house. Good morning, Ash. How's tricks? Hope all is good. Catch you later, HGC. And I think I've caught up with the chat. There's a unusual phenomenon. Do do biddy beep. So if you're new to the show and wonder who is doing the chatting, I'm Mark. My pleasure to meet you. Good morning, Gavin. A350 inbound from Orlando, imminent. That is a great shout. That really is, because I can see it. So if I can see it, I kind of think I need to get it for you good people. I think I might clip this one for our Facebook page. So we do have for those who do Facebook, we do have a public page, Plain Sailing Aviation Live. If you fancy following that, let's just drop some graphics off. I do have a lot of love for the Virgin Atlantic 350. I'm not sure which one we've got today. Let me just get the focus where I want it. There we go. What do you reckon, folks? Bit of a winner, I reckon. Just wait the other side of that tree. Get a nice flank shot if we can. I see someone has just spoiled us with the gift of 10 memberships. Linda Cantis. God bless you, Linda. That is incredibly kind of you. And therefore, you know what comes next? Well, fireworks is the very least we can do. And of course, everything in is on content. It's the only way we roll here. So we look forward to putting your kind support to work. It's going to be a bit hazy at that distance. Tell you what, it is warm. So let's do Linda's fireworks as soon as this makes another left. In fact, let's get ready for the other left. Linda, these are for you. Good morning, Mark Brightspark. How you doing, pal? Ash, good to see you, mate. That's all good. Right, who got the 10? Declan King. I can't quite read in the glare. Starbase, Start, E-Bar, T-Fast. That's a mouthful. Richard Benetton. Just realised I'm not quite keeping up with the plane. Aviation Gaza, Carl, JPEX, Daniel Vogt, Chloe Robson, Matthew Hoyle, welcome aboard. Thank you, Gavin. Kind words. Loving all that emoji action. Linda Cooper, Natalie, Alice, DB Bassman, Robert D, Nell W, all welcoming Virgin Atlantic in with style. We've actually got another emoji as well for JetBlue. It's quite a modest affair considering the complexity of the JetBlue tail fin, but it's our modest attempt to give you something fresh to play with. Dave Dawes, I don't know what the chat will advise to your question about apps, but personally Flight Radar 24 is the one we use. Sometimes in different situations you might use more than one app, particularly if you're looking at military stuff. But the best percentage bet, in my humble opinion, is Flight Radar. It's not without its glitches, and of course if you're at the airport in the field, you're kind of a little bit at the mercy of the prevailing mobile signal, aren't you, of course, which will always have an impact. But yeah, Flight Radar 24. Chipaz is in the show. Chipaz 1990. Sam, how goes it? Top of the morning to you. It's going to take us on a little bit of a drive. Delta it is. Time for a quick water break. I'm starting to get my hand in now with hot shows, or certainly sunny shows. Because of course you can't drink too much because you haven't got any facilities nearby, if I could say it as cryptically as that. Good morning, Marinella. How are you doing? Yeah, Optimus is also Flight Radar as well. There are other products, but best percentage bet, most information I think you can get, it's the one. I tell you what, Swissport worker, I would love to do Narita. I really would. At the minute, as regulars of the show will know, I've got a health issue. I've got an echocardiogram on Tuesday as it goes. Been waiting for that for a few weeks, if not a couple of months now. Seems like a couple of months. And depending on what my situation is will determine what I'm able to and not do in terms of long haul travel. Because obviously, from an insurance point of view, if you've got nothing to declare, then it's not onerously expensive. And I would love to go to Japan. Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, I got it all in my head as a nice little fantasy sort of, wouldn't it be great to do that? On the far horizon, I see Gary, as you know him, Aviation Action Scotland, just arriving with his kit. Tony Rivers, good morning to you, buddy. Sneaky peek from work. Do you remember the old days? You might say it's the current days. Do you get double time on a Sunday? But do you remember the old days where if you worked Saturday, it was always either time and a quarter, time and a half, double time on a Sunday? I don't know if they still do that kind of thing these days. I bet they don't. All about the boss class. Keeping out of politics, of course. But let's go back to the tower for a minute. Gary is literally, oh, he's just moved to a different position. I've just got visual on him. Sorry, DB, I didn't set the replay function up this morning. I figured with the glare being what it was on the kit, it would be too tricky to administer, to be honest. And I've got a feeling as well, as the day warms up, as we were saying on Thursday, electronics do not like being superheated or any kind of heating really. So I've kind of kept things as simple as I can in terms of the setup. I wanted the fireworks on because I just love the support people give, and when we can't do that, I always feel like I'm short-changing. Ooh, Robert D says, 1 year old, that Virgin 350. Have we got a name for it? Have I missed the name? Probably missed the name. Good morning, Justine Hewitt. Hello to you. Cloudy, windy, Cramlington. Do you know, was it cloudy when I left this morning? It probably was actually. Yes, it was. It was a bit murky. I'd have thought it was I hadn't woken up properly. But now on reflection, I think you're right. Good morning, Scott Plain Spotter. So Air Canada delayed. We saw that coming a short while ago. Well, it seems like a short while ago. Which, not great for the passengers, but certainly for us, we at least got to see it live. Often with the Air Canada one, I either film it as a clip or more generally miss it. So there's always something, some good can come out of it. Chipaz 1990 says the JetBlue is inbound. So that is an A321 Neo. I don't think it's a special livery. I think I checked before I came out. I don't remember anything quickening my pulse up. Although who knows. Good morning, Ian Nicholson. How you doing, pal? And Mohawk Scotland is in the show. Good morning, Graham. Hi to Retreating Blade. 3 likes from you. Loving it, mate. Loving it. And Noah Cal in Australia. Hello to you. Just Planes 11, hello. The vehicle fire yesterday, I did hear about that. It was on one of the news channels. Paul?
Yeah, very much.
I am. If I'm not, somebody's taken over the show without my permission.
Lovely. Nice.
I thought you'd be down on the bike.
No, I've got the bust fork seal on it.
Ah.
So fork fluid leaking everywhere. So it's not safe.
No. Because I did wonder at one point, so Paul Barnes, one of our long-term members and friends, is standing to my left. You can be mic'd if you want, that's entirely up to you.
Yeah, that's well, yeah.
Because people are always interested, because you've worked here as well, you
Yeah.
see, so I always think, how long are you down for?
Here for 1 hour or so.
Okay, well listen, I'll tell you what we'll do. I know there's a mic somewhere. It's already hot, so if you kind of hold it around there,
Yep.
or clip it around there, sometimes it unclips itself, so I
Yeah.
tend to think, you kind of think it's there kind of thing.
Yeah, perfect.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back to the chat for a second and try and catch up. Mothman is in the house. Good morning, Mothman. So yeah, Just Planes 11, just to tidy up on that point. Yeah, when I was just doing my quick check of things that have happened at Edinburgh in the previous week, there was quite a bit, I think it was in Edinburgh Live, about the car park fire.
Yeah.
I suppose now we're in summertime, this is the kind of thing that happens,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
Okay, back to the chat. Good morning to Tony Austin. Hope all is good, Tony. And our JetBlue, I keep wanting, it's like last season, I kept calling JetBlues Jet 2s. I don't know why I do it, but I do. I think it's because I say Jet 2 loads of times
Yeah.
during the season.
Force of habit.
It is force of habit. It's almost like you've trained your brain. Of course, training my brain is an interesting prospect at the best of times. It's great to be able to meet you. It
Yeah,
really
I knew,
is.
yeah, finally.
Well, you know, it works out.
The days of trying to get your attention when I worked on the
Oh
on
man,
the
Linda
ramp side.
Cooper knows what that's all
Yeah,
about.
I bet.
But it is incredibly, in my defence, it is incredibly hard to do because what you end up doing is you're watching through the postage stamp,
Yeah.
not over the top of the camera. But no, poor Linda's the latest person to suffer the madness of trying to get me to find you.
Yeah, yeah. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
It can be, especially, not so much because obviously you were working on the op side of things and outside, but if you're behind the glass, there's a lot of glare as well.
Absolutely.
Right, here we go. We have a JetBlue emoji as well, remember, members? We have an ATR on its way out. You'll increasingly hear the drone in a minute.
I still love the turboprops.
Something atmospheric, isn't
It
there?
is,
That's what I love about Aberdeen, you know.
Yeah.
The mix, you know, it's not a cliche, you know, choppers, props and jets. It reminds you of all the things you love about aviation.
absolutely.
Particularly, I know this sounds slightly obscure, but it always seems to happen as well that Gamma Aviation have their Beach King 200 out, and because we're so close to it, you can't commentate, the sound kills you.
Yeah, it does.
But the atmosphere of it is just
Absolutely.
to die for, isn't it?
Absolutely. I remember when I did my offshore training up in Aberdeen for SurviveX, my B&B was right on the opposite side of the airport, like across the railway track. And I thought, I'll get a nice early night, get myself all re-energised for the morning, and nothing but helicopter coming in, helicopter going out, helicopter coming in. It's like, oh, come on, give me a break. I love it, but please be quiet.
You do need some sleep somewhere. So have you
definitely.
worked offshore then, sorry?
No, when I completed my offshore training, things took a downward spiral, and there was just nobody taking anybody on.
Because you see, whenever I go up there, as you know, around the back of Gamma and Logan Air, there's a couple of, in fact, it's probably more than a couple of businesses that do exactly that stuff.
Yeah.
You see the guys come out for their lunch sometimes
Yeah.
and just, you know, where's the plane gone? It's moving. It's blinking while moving.
I'm not hanging about this morning.
It does fascinate me, I'll be honest with you though, Paul, when I see him go out in the chopper, you know, and I think, geez, when you get out over the sea,
Yeah.
big boy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. I still prefer my aircraft to have wings.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're twin motor,
Yeah.
but I still agree. They're twin motor, but they're not infallible, are they?
Exactly.
Right, we've just waved out an ATR, and here's another one. We do have somebody on final approach. I'm going to pivot to that in a minute. But it is one of my lasting regrets that I never caught you de-icing here. Deary me.
But it was fun sometimes on a very cold morning. Especially about 50 foot in the air. It was very cold.
Well, that's the other thing that people don't appreciate, because they're looking at the plane and the spray and everything, but you're actually very high off the deck, aren't you?
Yeah, very high, yeah. It's a bit kind of disorientating at first, but you got used to it, and it was the best thing ever.
So we have a British Airways departure on its way down the taxiway. We'll go to that as soon as the ATR rotates. There we go, just enough to avoid a telescope. We got, I think that must be a Norwegian on final approach. Kind of looks like it. Lipstick front end. We'll cut to that in a second. Okay, the aircraft in front of you, British Airways, predictably off to London Heathrow, an A320-200, 23 years of age. Back to the chart. Mothman's got the box seat, watching the action from Hammy's shed. Just don't let him put you on the car wash today, Mothman. It ain't the weather for washing cars, is it?
Definitely not.
Talking of which, I was out shopping with Mrs. PSA and the car looked like it had been on the Paris to Dakar rally. And there was in Ashington, not far from us, there's one of those brushless car washes, you know, the kind of thing?
Yeah.
Not bad, but for 10 quid, I still come out of it with a big knob of bird crap on the windscreen. So, won't be doing that again.
Definitely not.
Although, to be fair, I had to use the ice scraper on it to knock it off. So it was top adhesion. It was like that, what was it called? No nails. You know the stuff they use for sticking things up?
Yeah.
Well, that must be where they get it from, that bird. Good morning, Slade Chivara. Good morning, Kevin and Roman. We do have another plane on inbounds, and that is a Ryanair from Dublin. Glenn's home, having breakfast. I'm a bit behind, so he's probably eaten his breakfast. Good morning, John Macklin. How are you doing, pal? Landing with EasyJet from Corfu at 2 p.m. We might be done, John. I don't know. It depends if the members want me to extend for the Pegasus.
My daughter's favourite plane coming in.
Ryanair?
Yeah, she loves Ryanair. She's 5 this year. Went on to Spain last year, the year before, and she absolutely loved it.
To be honest, I think that's why Eddie used to have such a soft spot for Britannia and Chewy, because that was his first flight that he can remember.
Yeah. The first flight I can remember was on a short 360 from Glasgow to Belfast.
What year would that be?
Oh, mid-80s, going to late 80s anyway, that's for sure. And I've never been on such a noisier aircraft in my life.
I can imagine they'd be noisy.
It felt like my bones were turned to dust by the time I came off. But I wanted to do it again.
Good morning, David Gordon, AJ as well. How you doing? And Mohammed Ibrahim. Good morning to you in Iraq. Good morning, Hammy. The Hammeister is in the show. British Airways, for some reason, holding well short, aren't they?
Really? I thought they were turned and burned by now.
Well, you intuitively would have said there was time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know it's always a measured decision by ATC, so
yeah,
whatever it is whatever it is. So, next in the house is an EasyJet from Milan, an A321neo, same as we saw in last week's show. So the A321 is starting to turn up a bit more now for us with EasyJet.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got one based here. Obviously, this is I think this is an Austrian registered one, if memory serves me. Yeah. Oscar Echo, 5 years of age. Catch you later, Big DC. Ooh, that's better.
Silence.
It kind of swamps the sound, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah,
In fact, if they're pulling this little lay-by here, it's even worse,
Yeah.
especially when it's an ATR.
Absolutely. I think I've de-iced that aircraft a few times.
Do you miss it?
In a way I do, yeah. One of the good comforts that you got when you were de-icing, if you're up there in the basket, once you do the wings first and make your way back, and then you go round to the other side, you got a nice little heat blast from the APU.
Oh, nice.
3:30 in the morning to -4, that was a comfort.
But going back to your point about how the height feels when you first go up, and like I say, watchers just tend to see the operation, not the distance necessarily.
Yeah.
But when we did the show last week from Glasgow on the roof of leading edge flight training, we got up on the roof, and neither Gary nor I are big ladder people. You put yourself right in the middle of the roof, nowhere near the edge. Okay, Delta is on its way out. I've got a Delta story for you folks, which I think is worth a tell. Perhaps do it later in the show. So going back to your offshore training, what do they do? What kind of stuff do they do?
You get your You get obviously first aid.
So I'm not signing up for any of that stuff. It's outside of my capability.
Yeah, you should do like first aid training, all the safety factors of what happens when you're offshore. You do the underwater helicopter escape training.
That's the one,
That
I guess,
was-
where I was vectoring in on.
That was good.
Is it
was-
literally like a helicopter chassis that they dunk into a big
That's
pool?
correct.
Is that essentially it?
Yeah, you do, yeah. You've got like a little kind of oxygen pouch that hangs about your chest. And as you're getting slowly dunked under the water, you have to take like a deep breath in, hold your breath, then it flips you upside down.
Get you nice and disorientated.
Yes, so you've got to remember what was on your left is now on your right.
Do they make it dark for you as well?
No. They just try and kind of simulate what it would be like if you were out
Yeah.
at sea. You have to have like one hand on your belt buckle, then you have the other arm kind of diagonally across the window, so you've got to batter that out with your elbow while unclipping your safety belt at the same
So you're
time.
going to be quite dexterous then.
Yes.
And keep a cool head, because
Oh yeah. I mean, I wasn't the most nimblest person trying to do it, but I managed it.
I mean, I'm not kidding you. I don't care for deep water at the best of time. I've done capsize training with canoeing, which is not on anywhere near a comparable level. And I thought that was stressful enough.
Yeah, before you did the underwater, the delicate dry simulation. So if the aircraft was to go down on land, then obviously it's easier to get out
Yeah.
when it's dry. Then they put you in the water, you go down normally, like you just float in the water but slowly sinking, make your way out. Then you just swim to the side, back up on the side, bring the shell, if you like, back up, strap yourself back in, flip you down, then it's flip you over. First time I did it, I'm like, where am I? What do we do?
Is there like a maximum amount of time before you sort of pass or fail? Is it you have to exit within a certain time parameter?
I think, yeah, there is a time parameter you have to get out. I can't remember what it is. Basically, the quicker you get out,
Yeah.
the quicker, the better things are for you.
Well, you're going to panic more, aren't you, if for some reason you can't remove yourself from the seat or anything that interferes with your training. It's just a bit harder for the brain.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when they flip you upside down and you're like, okay, I've got to do the opposite of what I was doing the right way up.
See if we can get away. I'll give him a go. Linda Cooper, where are you?
Are we getting one?
Did we?
Are we getting a wave?
I don't know, I can't tell. Anyway, we tried.
Beautiful 767.
God, they are, aren't they? Good old Smokey Joe.
Yeah.
I read somewhere when I was preparing for the show that Delta are rejigging their classes, you know, the usual kind of first, biz, economy, premium and whatever. I'll come to that when the noise quietens down. They've created about 3 different economy tiers.
Well, okay.
It just almost sounds like you've got to have a degree before you book a flaming seat. But when did life get so complicated?
I know, nothing is as simple as it used to be nowadays.
It's like proper salami slicing. I get the idea that economy premium, you get a bit more leg room. That's
Yeah.
quite an easy thing to get your head round.
Yes.
Maybe it's even a snack.
You never know.
Well, you do if you're short hauling most of the European routes.
Yeah.
So, Big Delta off to Atlanta. Fear not though, if you like it, you're going to see more. We've got at least one, possibly 2 more movements from Delta in the show. Right, who's in next? KLM. Chance for a quick look in the chat. So Ian Lavery's first flight was Gatwick to RAF. I'm not going to pronounce this right. Due to sloth. So I've got a T in there, has it? Slow or something. 1966 on a BAC 111. Blimey. And what an iconic aircraft as well. Right, next inbound is an EasyJet from London Gatwick, an A320-200, 15 years of age. It's definitely not the Pegasus that excuse me, that Chipaz is wishing for. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. I've got a theory. Hammy's not only got the t-shirt, which of course we know he's got, but I've got a feeling he might have a bespoke pair of Pegasus pyjamas. Maybe he's even with matching slippers, I don't know.
Got our next Delta coming in 2 minutes.
Excellent. Liking that. Chipaz, yeah, we were talking about Iceland Air coming into Edinburgh, and it's going to be interesting what impact that has on Glasgow, isn't it? Bit of bird scaring going on. The next arrival should do the trick on that score. Delta inbound. That must be the New York JFK flight.
28-year-old aircraft.
How old?
28.
Blimey. Of course, they pretty much are of that kind of vintage, aren't they?
Yeah,
but I love
definitely.
to see them. It's going to be nice to be able to split it though with some 7.6 and A330
Yes.
action. But that's really telling us that before we know where we are, it'll be all A330s, I think.
Yeah. Do like the A330s. Really good.
It's, I can't quite find what I'm looking for.
I think that Philadelphia service is starting next month.
Next week, I think.
The next week is there because my wife's auntie, she's flying from Philadelphia direct to Edinburgh.
Nice.
So I think it's the American Airlines.
Yeah, I think it's next Saturday.
Next Saturday, is it? Excellent.
going to be great to see them back. It's got
Oh.
such a great livery. It's one of my favourites, absolute
It
favourites.
is. When was the last time they were here? Was it 2011 or something?
I don't know, something like 2015, 17, something
Yeah,
like that. Chat will correct.
Yeah.
It's definitely well before the pandemic.
Yes.
Okay, got a minor pause in action, so let's get back to the chat to make sure I'm not missing anybody. James Anderson, how you doing, buddy? Okay, let's have a look in the glare. So Natalie Alice will be flying with Delta and KLM. Yeah, the Star Alliance partners, aren't they? Very nice. Very nice indeed. Are you going to be doing that, Natalie, through Schiphol? Is that the way that works? Hi to James Woolard. How's tricks? Good morning, Greg in Scotland. What a day for it. Scottish Linda is in the house. Good morning, Linda. Hope all is good. So let's have a look. Paul Kaczynski has dropped Son off for flight to Spain. Quick visit to the mound. And
Guten Morgen, my friend.
to my right, we have Aviation Action Scotland, here doing a bit of filming. It's too good a day not to, isn't it, here? And to my left, just so Gary knows, Paul Barnes.
Pleased to meet you.
Two legends in the same sort of 3 or 4.
Legends, definitely. I won't go as far as saying legends.
Well, it's all relative.
How's your shot?
Hmm?
How's your shot? You're not getting the back of my ball.
Don't worry, I'll film you covertly and you know, see if that goes well with the viewers.
Didn't have that chance last
No, you're good. I might get a bit of you there, I don't know, but I generally go over the top as much as I can.
I like it like that.
You do you? Right, we've got an ATR on finals. So, it's, as I was saying earlier in the show, I haven't counted them up this week, but I've got a lot of ATRs in today's show. It does seem to be every second week we go very heavy with ATRs from Dublin, whatever the reason.
One of the worst planes to de-ice.
Whether this is actually one of the Dublin ones, I'll find out in a minute. Right, let's just peel away. Let's have that view while I catch up with the chat. So, Paul Kaczynski, I know we met last week, but do drop by, say hi. It's always nice. We're having a convention of legends on the mound, so, you know, not leg ends as was originally proposed. Oh, yeah. I don't think my lens is going to pick that up. There was 2 earlier on. Good morning, Jonathan McD. Mark Brightspark thinks Hammy might have some hot pants or gold pants for the Eurovision. Well, did Austria win last night? I mean, I don't do Eurovision, it's not my bag really.
I think it is.
Sponsored by Pegasus.
Don't make me laugh, you know how this is supposed to...
Listen, I'm still buzzing for Thursday.
Me too. You get days like that, don't you, where, I don't know, it's just an exceptional day for whatever the
I
reason.
was at the stage where I couldn't wait for the day to come round to get back out again.
I think the weather goes a long way as well, doesn't it? You know, good light.
Alarm call or no.
True that.
Can I just say something? I
No,
want to thank
not at
everybody
all.
who subscribed to my channel on the back of
You're saying it anyway, whether I said
know.
yes or no. What do you reckon?
I'll just take over. Anyway, thank you for everybody that subscribed to my channel on the back of Thursday's event.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, I know I'd like to echo those sentiments, most definitely. You know, our community is what it is. It's the sum of its parts and more.
Put two out.
I know you did, because it confused me.
I put a short and a long one out.
Anyway, it was a very memorable day.
We'll do it again.
I'll tell you what was even memorable, the fact the M8 weren't bad on the way
That
home.
was not too bad, but the day before,
Ah, well.
around 20 minutes it took me to get home.
All I know is I thought, at the end of a long day, the M8 can be a real soul crusher, can't it? On a hot day as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm guessing by the fact that you're standing here this morning, you get down off the roof okay.
Yeah. To be fair, you know, it's funny, if you were going to come down early in proceedings, you'd probably be a bit more cautious. But by the back end of the show, back to what we were saying, I'd have probably jumped if I had to. I mean, I broke my ankles like, but... Right, an EasyJet out onto the taxiway. Good morning, Trev Lyon. How are you doing, Trev? So Natalie's going through Schiphol. What a great airport to transit through that is. Passport controlled, perhaps accepted. That's not quite so good, I don't think. They never seem to have enough booths open. Good morning, giant coin stacks. So Linda Canty says, just a thought, flew Aberdeen to Heathrow 40 years ago, stopped in Edinburgh to pick up passengers. Do you know something? It's interesting. We don't really have those kind of bus stop services now in the UK, do we? It's everything seems to have to go through, well, Heathrow if it's British Airways, but it's like everything's hubbed up.
Yes.
I tell you what I saw the other day. You might have seen it. You would have done it. It was in the mainstream media. I picked up a paper on Friday just to see what kind of coverage Global Airlines got.
Yeah.
Not much at all. I didn't see.
Nothing.
No.
No, in the mainstream media. Yeah, but if you're going to land a new launch, I've got to be honest, you've got to get the mainstream media talking about it. It's nice that, you know, Noel Phillips went and that guy that does the travel stuff, Simon Calder and all these other people.
As far as I'm aware, I'd like to believe Mr. Calder was none too...
Was that the guy that Noel, I've not watched all of Noel's video, but he talks about someone that was a bit critical that then got uninvited for the after party.
Yes. To be who it was.
Allegedly, I think is the term we have to
I
use
actually
for
watched
that one.
Noel's video last night about it, and he wasn't convinced.
In saying that, he wasn't too disparaging about it,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But
No, but
Josh Cahill
it's
really slated it.
here's the thing, if you are going to have credibility, you have to call it as you see, otherwise it's just, I don't know, you'll go where the free tickets are. So I think that all of the influencers that go on these flights have a balance to strike.
Yes.
I believe they had to buy their own tickets.
Well, that's not really the way to do it either, is it?
But
Ayo.
Asquith's thinking outside the box, isn't he?
Well, I go back to my point. If it's not on mainstream media, other than us aviation enthusiasts, who's talking about it? So I picked up the Times, flicked through it, not a thing. There was an article about airborne taxis and the fact that apparently that the usual pie in the sky, like autonomous cars and whatever, that we could have airborne taxis in the next 3 years. And the average fare could be sort of like, what did it say, 40 quid or 80? I know there's a difference. The point was, I said to my missus, you couldn't even get into Newcastle for that price in a car. You're never going to be flying at a cheaper price.
Yeah.
Point
Just
of
garbage.
fact, I don't know if you noticed that. I certainly didn't notice it. There are two different designs on the tail.
On the global,
Okay.
it's an interesting one.
One shows the Americas, and the other side shows the Oceania.
Right.
Asia
Okay.
and Oceania.
I mean,
check
it's
that out.
today's in-show poll whether folks like it or they
Well,
don't.
It's kind of a divisive. It really does divide opinion.
Well, I described it. I mean, I can't quite settle my thinking, but it feels a bit like some kind of school art competition winner.
Yeah.
You know, because obviously you're playing on the global name with the globe, but it doesn't have the same sophistication to it that most modern airlines now have. I mean, Gary and I stood quite close to it round by the Logan Air hangar, and we could see bits of China Southern paintwork, couldn't we, on the rudder, where the global vinyls had clearly not overcovered all of the paint. And that's not said as a criticism.
Bit of a speed tape fest as well.
Oh,
on it.
on the leading edge, yeah. A lot of people commenting on YouTube going, what's all that stuff on the leading edge?
At least they could have done is a washed it.
Well, initially I thought it must be.
To wash an A380, I don't know, but
Well, it reminds me actually. So, folks in the show, the poll is exactly that: whether we think Global Airlines livery is a hit, miss, or maybe. If you want a quick reminder, there you go.
I think once it's fully baked, it'll
Yeah.
maybe change opinion.
I think
Maybe it's
people will think about it in accordance with the service received. So if it is a cheaper way to get to New York and the flight experience is at least neutral or good for the price, people would talk it up. A bit like they talk up Jet 2, don't they? More often than not, perceptions around Jet 2 are actually pretty positive. Ryanair always divides opinion, those who are comfortable with
You love it or you
everything.
hate it.
And the other ones who don't read the small print and then find themselves upset that they've ended up picking up extra charges.
I will be honest, and this is my opinion, and my own opinion is that I think Ask.
You're better in the middle here, I think, actually, Gary, because then you'll pick both
I
mics up.
think Ask has missed his point here with trying to fill his aircraft. Now, he's an inaugural flight, fair enough, only 95 people on it, but he's trying to bring
Is that all that was, 95?
95. But he's trying to bring luxury to a competitive market.
Yes.
His aim should be cheap seats, bums on seats.
Exactly.
Away you go.
Well, that's why
Then
I thought.
move on.
Well, that's why I thought they'd gone for
very
the
true.
biggest plane in the sky
Yeah.
option, so you could literally pack them on, right to the Airbus Max.
I mean,
Actually,
if he's going to charge full prices on that inaugural flight even, it'd have been as well as charging £50 and filling the plane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
its first flight.
I think I heard
And then
on.
for its first flight from Glasgow,
Yeah.
back to Glasgow, and then again Manchester. £50 a seat. Let's go see what happens.
Absolutely, yeah.
Get people to experience it.
hold the thought, Gary. Let me just jump back into the chat. Hammy, thank you for that. Lauda Air next inbound from Vienna. I could just about see it in the distance, so we'll pick that up with the camera in a minute. Let's see if there's anybody else I need to say hi to. So, Robster, hello to you. Thinks Global Airlines just sounds like a Microsoft Flight Sim generic airline. There is an element of that to it, I have to say, Robster. That is actually pretty shrewd. Giant Coin Stacks has seen the Global in its previous China Southern livery. And of course, they're planning to have 4 of these. So, Trev's got no sound. Giant Coin Stacks has. Dopey Gorp is fine. I've got it in my headset. Hammy's okay. Nell's fine. Robster can't hear. I think it might be a bit better now. We're a bit behind with the chat. So Gary was standing the other side of us. Now he's between myself and Paul Barnes. So we should hopefully pick up a little bit better. We've only got the 2 mics, you see. So it's just what it is. You probably need to just interview him, kind of thing, when he's
You don't
talking.
want me loose on a mic, I'll probably interview somebody.
So, yeah, exactly that, Dopey Gore. We've only got the 2 mics. I'll keep an eye for the Lauda Air. Oh, hang on a minute. I can't quite read in the glare, but it looks like we've got a lot of likes. Is that over 200 likes? No, I can't quite tell in the glare.
I'm going to catch this one coming in, but I want to keep.
Roger that. So Gary's gone back to his filming. So he's not actually part of today's show, which is why he's not mic'd. He's a friendly soul and a friend of the channel. We've got a lot of likes. Is that over 200 likes? No. Oh, just turn your phone down. I can hear myself. We're having an exciting
210 likes.
210.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I missed the 150 milestone moment, but I'm not going to miss 200. Well done, everybody. Right, let's get on to the next plane. Right, we've got a Ryanair on the way out shortly, so just watch for that. Okay, where are we? Don't think I've missed anybody in the chat, but if I have, or any comments, I do apologise. I'm Mark for the avoidance of doubt, live here on the Mound, Edinburgh, overlooking runway 06, joined by PSA Legend Down member Paul Barnes, currently to my left, but I'm about to pivot round in a minute and he'll be on my right. It's like being on a dance floor, really. Right, we do have an inbound Ryanair 737-800 from London Stansted, so let's do that next. So, Ryanair next to go. Any ideas where this might be going? In fact, I've got the answer in front of me.
I'm going to guess Southampton.
It's actually on the screen, Bergen. I would have said Southampton as well. Percentage is always Southampton, isn't it?
It is.
But Bergen. And if I'd said Bergen, it would have been Southampton. You can be certain of that.
Oh, definitely.
We do have somebody on final approach, so this isn't going to languish on the active runway for long. As we also have a Vueling A321 in from Barcelona. I think this must be the plane that Paul Kaczynski's lad was catching. I can't quite remember. There's a couple of people in the show that have got people on flights, but I've got a feeling Paul's dropped his lad off, and I've got a feeling that kind of, by the time that's in, deboarded and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Barcelona, eh? Had a cracking time there once I eventually got my luggage after they'd lost it, or hadn't put it on the plane. I don't think they'd lost it, they just hadn't bothered to bring it.
Wow.
So let's bug out of that. Get ready for the Vueling. think we've got United on the push. I'll just have a quick squirt in and look.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Well, can't speak, can't lie. And what time is it? It is 9:35. New York Newark is due out at 9:40, so I guess it's that one.
Yeah, definitely.
222 likes, says Chigwell's Finest. All the little ducks. Good morning, Paul in Ireland. How's tricks, buddy? Chip has 1990, been active in the air model market with his Aer Lingus ATR and Lufthansa CRJ. Loving that. And of course, I think you recently bought a Logan Air ATR, did you not? You're going to be needing some expansion, Sam. That's going to be the thing. It's you know, it's the problem I have. Not enough space. So back to the chat. Thank you, John Mackenzie. It's nice to look into a good sound window from time to time. We have had a bit of an uphill and down Dale Street recently, but for varying reasons, not the same reason. I think the most stressful one was last week at Glasgow when I mislaid my mic set. Well, it fell out of my box. I didn't mislay it.
Tell everybody where
You need to come back in the middle again because they'll all be saying they can't hear you.
Tell everybody where they were.
They were in the office on the floor, were they not? In fact, actually, they've got those airline seats. Was it on the floor or in the seat? I can't remember.
I don't know, but they were literally 5 feet below you.
And it's the thing, once back to your point about getting off the roof, at the end of the day, you've had enough, you want to get down because you need the bathroom if nothing else, because you can't sneak one out there. It's just not happening, right? But at the front end, when you've gone through everything and you've had every bag you own passed up onto the roof from the car, your suitcase, you name it, you know, shaking your pants and socks out and stuff. I mean, you know they ain't there, but you've just got to, you know you can't find them, so you're going to have to go through everything, even if it sounds daft.
I got a phone call en route.
Yeah, you went to the hotel?
I could sense the panic in the voice. But we had a backup anyway.
Yeah, we got round it on a couple of different levels because you got a mic set and I was just going to use the shotgun mic pivoted round. But it was more about the monetary value as well, you see. Because in your head you think, well, hang on a minute, I have a particular method and I knew I'd packed. But it's just that moment, isn't it, where you do something slightly different, you undo the box to get the thing you want and you dislodge something that is literally, well, for Paul Barnes's benefit, basically that's what it carries in, is the one you've got and the receiver set. Okay. So it's quite unassuming. And the box, when it's fully packed, it's not a lot of space. Right, let me just
I'm just looking
quickly...
at that gate there, look at that, all the North American carriers.
Yeah, good times, eh?
What's that, United on the N757, Delta
Yeah,
76, WestJet, 73 I'm imagining.
Yeah, the Maxes today.
And another United 75.
They're taking over.
What do we see at Glasgow? Tumbleweed.
Good morning, Douglas Holidays. Hello to you. And you're from Glasgow, just finished a night shift at the airport. Well, I hope you're not too knackered. I've got a feeling you are going to be knackered. What time is it now? Blinking heck, 20 to 10.
Get that guy's contact details.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll not ring you when you're asleep, don't worry. Anyway, Douglas, hope all is good. Robert D thinks my luggage went missing en route to Barcelona as some kind of Pegasus orientated conspiracy. I'll tell you what they did do. You know, cases do get a hard life on travel, and that case had been a lot of places, but when I did get it back, it really looked like someone had been yakking it about for a bit. You know, the scuffs on it in places you've never seen. It's the kind of thing where someone just sent it down the tarmac or something. Hey, oh, I don't know if I can get you on. Oh, I'm going to see if I can just get some of the hard-working staff on camera. It might be a bit tight for my focal length, but let's have a look. Here we go. Hey! So I'm shouting. I do that. There's an ATR on its way out, folks, so we are going to be into action again very quickly. Let's just, in fact, let's point it the right way round. Can't remember if I said hi to Neil McGarity, so just in case, Asterix Neil. Right, I think I'm more or less there. I hope I am. If I've missed you, and for the avoidance of doubt, I'm Mark, if you didn't know that already. To my left, I've got Paul Barnes, and further down to my left, now in the middle, Gary, aka Aviation Action Scotland.
Piggy in the middle.
Piggy in the middle.
That's me. Biggest lover.
He's still having the tattoo?
Yep.
For the avoidance of doubt,
my left cheek.
Mark isn't, although if you're going to put it anywhere, your left cheek would be a good spot for it, to be fair.
Oh no, it's when I go to Turkey on my holidays and I've got my budgie smugglers on, everybody will be able to see it.
You see, this is the thing that plain sailing aviation actively endorses Aviation Action Scotland, except in matters of sartorial elegance.
I just thought there's an image somebody's not going to get out there.
Yeah, we're not associating ourselves with any of the branding or fashion choices. Now you're kicking Mr. Barnes's water everywhere.
I do apologise.
Too much loutish behaviour in this stream.
Too much thinking about that tattoo.
It made me worth the pain.
So Douglas Holidays did a 11 o'clock till 8 this morning shift. Was a killer, I bet. Anyone that's ever done shifts, and we've all done shifts around here, but Paul Barnes knows what it is to put a shift in at the airport.
Oh yes.
Not easy, especially when you've got to take yourself home at the end of the day.
That's, yeah. Hour and 30-minute drive back home after doing a 12-hour shift. It's nice.
So ATR on cam is an ATR 72, the first we've seen from Loganair in the show, off to Exeter. Let's get a bit closer. Nothing on final approach, so there's below all risk of a telescope. Well, at least for the minute.
I can wait for that 757 comes down to that tree.
Norwegian pushing back.
Yep. Is that a 7.5 we have in front of us as well?
5 on its way down.
So that'll be the push I was talking about a short while ago, and that is the New York-Newark flight. As Paul Barnes mentioned, behind that we've got Norwegian on their way out. It's not the Freddie Mercury one, but hey-ho.
Funny enough, that was the one you were chasing, the Freddie Mercury one. But we were here one day last year. Yeah, last year.
I'd left,
and it
hadn't
came
I?
in, but you'd already left.
I had to wait a long time. We did catch it about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, not seen it again since. It's a bit like Halley's Comet for me. They might have even overpainted it.
Possibly.
It was starting to look like most of them, a bit jaded and faded.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Which is
I
a real
got my
shame.
award for Swissport. We did the Norwegian flights, and the tail's just like, yeah, that looks like it could be redone.
I bet you they didn't like you de-icing too vigorously in case you were taking the paint off. Like having a pressure washer and turning it down several bars because, you know, you're going to start blowing away the concrete.
I reviewed some of the footage we had from here last Sunday, and the paint fade on the front of the Norwegian is horrendous. The nose is bright red, but the rest of the fuselage, the red part of the fuselage anyway, is pink.
Yeah, it's had too long in the sun.
Well, who knows what UV light's like up at 40,000 feet.
I mean, I've not seen it yet. I keep meaning because we've been that busy with different shows, but apparently Chewy have got a livery refresh.
Yeah,
I'm sure I picked that up from
couple of
somewhere.
Interesting to see that.
Not all of them, but just a couple of them.
A couple.
Well, you can imagine how much it costs to paint a
No, well,
787.
it's not a small thing, but you
No.
know, like with the Dreamliners, how tatty a lot of their Dreamliners are. There is also do you want to fly in a plane that looks like it's falling to bits?
Hence the reason why I got off a 7.6, it was exactly the same.
I mean, you know it's going to be sound,
Yeah,
it's
of
not
course.
that, but the perception thing. Go to a car dealership, is your eye drawn to the car that's got a good paint job, or the one that looks like it's falling to bits paint-wise?
So I've owned it for 3 years. Right, anyway, let me catch that one.
perceptions count for a lot, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. I will say, going back to the icing, you had to go up to speak to the captain. The flight crew of the American flights were the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
I have to say, anecdotally, they tend to wave a lot as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if we got one there, but overall, Delta and United are both pretty good for waves.
Yeah, really good. Used to love the ice in the United flight because if you had to go and speak to the captain, you got free biscuits and a nice cup of coffee. So that made it worthwhile.
Yeah, bit of class. So the plane on cam is another Ryanair Dublin connection. Everybody's off to Dublin. This one being a Max 8 200. See how new it was. 2 years in December, so pretty much 2.5 years then. Morning Rab H, I see you're in the show. I'm guessing the sun is beating down at Knockhill. What's on there today? Right, now W, I've just seen your milestone moment, not forgotten. See if I can get two planes in the same shot. There we go. got a Loganair ERJ 145 inbound. That's your next plane. So let's do Nell's fireworks. Easy for you, Nell W. Chip has 1990, member for 11 months. Thank you so much for your support too, buddy. Fireworks for you. Okay, we're off. What's going on here? WestJet on the ramp, well, on the taxiway. Right, they're moving. Chance for me to quickly get back up the chat in case I've missed anyone. I have, of course, Rab H, member for 24 months. Let's get the fireworks on. Awesome support, Rabmeister. Gary Fleming, good morning to you, Gaz. Anyone else I need to catch up with? Thank you for bearing with me, team. It's always a bit of a jiggle. So Rab says 2 fantastic years on PSA, love every minute. And of course, don't believe what Hammy says about, you know, it's not a scam. We're not a scam channel.
Definitely not, definitely not.
Of course, Hammy's in the member for life program, the one where if you try and resign, you just get rerouted back. Like trying to leave Sky.
Yeah.
You just get to speak to nicer and nicer people offering you bigger and bigger discounts,
Yeah,
but
definitely.
without the discounts in this story. Anyway,
Still worth it though.
what have we got here? This is the Halifax one, so that's going to be our next departure. So as I was saying, members, you've got 2 WestJet emojis, one with the tail fin and one with the corporate logo. Great to see it back in the show. And of course, if you're a new member or recent member, we've also got the footage, which is members exclusive. We're not publishing it more widely, of the first WestJet Dreamliner flight to Edinburgh of 2025. Filmed that last Monday. Worth checking out. Good morning, Alan M. How goes it? Welcome back to Edinburgh. Right, can't see anything over my shoulder, so let's go to that United. So I'll catch up with a couple of bits and bobs, check the power, looking good. Good morning SE Aviation and Alistair Adam, or Alasdair Adam, sorry Alasdair. You're in Turkey, living it up. Loving it, man. You'll approve of the weather here. It is sunny and it's really quite nice, isn't it, Paul?
It is, very nice.
Probably
Scary how nice it's been.
It's kind of grass cutting weather as well, insofar as it's pleasant, but you could do stuff without feeling dwarfed by the warmth.
Exactly.
Whereas I'm not much for mowing my lawn when it's really beating it down and it's sort of 25 degrees. Those 2 days a year that we get.
2 days, as much as that.
Can be. I'm usually somewhere else on one of those days, so your point's a good one.
Cut my grass last week and did it at 8 o'clock in the morning, which was a fine time to do it because it got very hot in the afternoon.
Yeah, and that's when you don't want it.
Oh, definitely not.
I think Keith Cornell, Corporal Garvey, is enjoying the privileges of rank. That's why she's not on parade yet. What's the point in rank if you can't get other people to do stuff for you? John McKenzie, you are such a friend to us, man. Seriously, 10 gifted memberships to the channel. Fantastic support from a great friend of ours. You know what comes next, mate. You lot absolutely rock and roll stuff. Anyway, to our friend in Hong Kong, here's your fireworks. So let's see who actually got. Is there some cloud appearing behind us? No, it's not. For some reason, it just felt slightly less onerous. Maybe it's because it's got a slight layer of haze across it.
Yeah.
Possibly. If you look out towards the further Forth, I don't know if you'll pick this up well enough with the camera, but let's just give it a go. You can see there's like a very fine white, it's not thick, is it? It's almost like a thin layer of ice if you think about it that way. In fact, you can see bits of blue through it. It felt like it was cooling just a little bit. So we'll do the name check on those gifties once I get myself into position. So who got? Cripes, the glare is onerous. For all that talk about it clouding over, the screen still struggles. Right, Glenn Dunton, Kevin Graham, Caitlin, Reece Chandler, Bella, let's have a look. Bella. Where have you gone, Bella? It's chat's just jumped on me. Bella McLaren. Of course, it's hard to read. I might have to bump it up a bit. Dina 95, John 747, Raska HRA, Paul Carman. Paul Kaczynski's now ready for the next airport run. Keeping you busy, buddy. Dad's taxi and all that. And Crispy, nice one. And welcome aboard, everybody. Reece Chandler's in the show. Reece, great to have you with us. I'm Mark, so virtual handshake. Keith Cornell, you've been slandering Corporal Garvey absolutely incorrectly. She's indeed on parade. She's not sent a lower ranked representative to sit in for a bit. Well done you, Corporal Garvey. Hope all is good, Abs. I'll drop you a line later on. I'm saying this as much as note to self because my head's a shed at the minute. Sort of think through when our next Aberdeen show is going to kick in, because it's definitely one we want to do again. Good morning, Mark 176. Hello to you, pal. And I think I'm up to date in the chat, but I'm just going to refresh it because I don't know if my Android device is due a kick up the backside, or more accurately a software update. It says it's not, but recent weeks it's been a bit squiffy, if indeed squiffy is the right word. Let's just go back on that.
We have another Delta taxi now.
Oh, beautiful. Right, folks, if you like your Deltas, you're in the right place. And actually, Paul, your timely intervention brings to mind that, oh, is an ATR jumping the line as well? It's all happening. So, I was talking with the previous Delta departure about, apparently they're rejigging their classes. So, let's have a look. The headline was, Delta is ditching basic economy fare and overhauling the entire ticketing structure. Sounds impressive.
It does.
They're quite pricey to travel with, I've noticed, from here to there kind of thing, but that's a different thing. So beginning, well, after 1st of October, they apparently are going to be having different ticketing arrangements. Delta Main, Delta Comfort, Delta First, and Delta Premium Select. And Delta One. It's like trying to memorise the McDonald's menu, isn't it? You know, McFlurry this or a something or other that. Jeez Louise. You go out the house thinking, I want that, and it's a good thing you can do it all online because they're not memorable. They all sound like other versions of things. My humble opinion. And then it goes on to say, basic economy will now fall under the Delta Main category. So if you're thinking basic economy and you want to go there for the least price you can do, think Delta Main. But that doesn't get you over the line because you've got Delta Main Basic, Delta Main Classic, which presumably is the old economy. Otherwise, how's it classic? I don't know. And then Delta Main Extra. What you get, a magazine to read perhaps?
Extra legroom.
A bit. It kind of, you think that, but then you've got all those other categories, which I'm sure are the legroom. But then again, is it just a bit more legroom? Would you like another 2 inches, another 6 inches? Oh, how about a couple of feet? Or a comfier seat, I don't know. I know it's nice to give people the ability to structure their ticketing to what they want, but it kind of just feels to me like another way of getting you to pay more without having to offer.
But put it in a nice way.
Yeah.
Little runway inspection, by the looks of it.
Let's get the camera on a bit of that. We've got an ATR lining up, but Paul is exactly right. He might not be working here anymore, but his eye is in, and he's not scanner assisted either. So runway inspection, working its way through. ATR on the roll. Which is good timing because the Delta will be the next thing in shot. Nothing on final approach. Quick look over my shoulder. There's a bit of the Delta. A bit more. So yeah, Delta are definitely giving you a bespoke ticketing menu from October. For me, I just think, oh geez, I'm already getting bored. I had to check my notes because I couldn't remember them all.
It's actually Air Canada, not Delta.
Sorry?
It's actually Air Canada.
Brilliant. I think Mark 176 has commented that it's transponding. Oh, it is, sorry, it is, sorry, I've misheard you when my headphones are on. So it's nothing to do with Delta, it's entirely Air Canada. Beautiful. So, Air Canada 7879, shortly to depart for Toronto. Good morning, Deb08. Happy Sunday to you, Deb. Couple of EasyJets behind the Air Canada. Bye. So, first of the EasyJets is an A320 to London Gatwick, that one. And tucked in behind it we have, what do we have? Huge run roll. We also have another A320 off to Copenhagen. Wonderful Copenhagen. Chance for a quick water break. Oh, is that ever good? There's another EasyJet on its way out from the terminal. So next 3 departures look nailed on easies. Easy. Good morning, Nick Gray. How goes it? And Rusty Oak. Hello to you, Rusty Oak, as well. Thank you, Giant Coin Stacks. We've got the second WestJet, not many minutes out. Looks like we might have a BizJet on the ramp, off the ramp, on the taxiway, should I say. So as always, folks, best way to support the show, especially when we're live, is to drop us a like. That way YouTube promote us with a bit more interest. Otherwise I'll just put us in a siding under Sunday mode. So a like does go an awful long way. So what can I see? There we go. EasyJet pursued by, I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out. Fallopian, hello to you. Good morning. Siobhan Everett, hello Siobhan. Just woke up, been busy working all week. Well listen, you've got to catch it up. I'll try hard not to send you to sleep. Can't promise, but I'll try. So this is the Copenhagen departure. You ever been Copenhagen?
Never.
Me neither. It seems it's one of those places everyone else seems to have gone, and I've not.
I'd love to go.
Just seem to be well served by connections as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to start making tracks back home.
Sorry, Paul.
I won't start making tracks back home.
Righty-ho, mate. How long did you say it would take you?
Be about an hour and a half.
You take it steady, because every man and his dog's on the road now, of course.
Exactly.
Well, it's been a real pleasure.
Oh, yeah,
It's been an overdue pleasure for me.
Definitely.
I mean, I failed to spot you doing your day job.
Must say, being on this side of the airport is definitely better than being on the working side.
Yeah, and in the heat.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, pleasant heat. It's not too rough.
It's not an overbearing heat.
Is there any shout-outs you want to do before you go?
Well, just a big shout out to all the PSA community. It's a very close-knit member of people, a number of people, I should say. And I'm glad I just stumbled upon PSA just to see what's happening on YouTube. And I think I'm about getting close to 20 months now, I think.
Must be.
It's definitely about a year and a half of being on it. Yeah, it's big
You're in that category that qualifies as legend as well, because of how we first got to know you as well when you were working the other side. We never managed to get you on the show as in on cam.
Yeah.
Harder than it looked, actually.
If I remember rightly, my first stream I watched of PSA was from Newcastle.
Which, at that time, I think we were more Newcastle than here because of the way things worked out.
Yeah. Do you remember saying about the A777 being one of my favourite aircraft?
Yes, indeed. I think you and Dopey Gorper got that in common.
Yeah,
He's very
747 will be up there.
Of course. You just don't see it often enough now, do you?
Exactly. Definitely on more on the cargo side now, 747s.
So, on shot, we've got that A321neo returning to Milan. Oh, you've got to have a look at this. Oh, man. Can we get enough on it? Let's have a look. So we do have an aircraft on final approach. However, I think I'm going to show total BizJet bias and just loiter just that little bit longer. It wasn't transponding last I looked, it is now. We're talking a Gulfstream G550 for those of you who didn't know that. WestJet, though, are your next action. Right, let's have a bit more Gulfstream. Mark's all about the Gulf Stream. I think Virgin Atlantic with the A350 is probably my plane of the day.
Yeah.
But this is in second place. I'm not always about the big planes.
Yes.
Sometimes it's the
No,
class.
BizJets are all nice.
They are, aren't they?
They said they could use my one for the day.
They've left without you. You're going to be blaming me now.
They do it all the time.
It's the airport charges. They can't wait.
Sort of think they don't like me.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so I'll bring it home to my beautiful wife and equally beautiful daughter and spend the rest of the day with them.
We name checking them as well.
Absolutely. Amanda and Layla.
There you go, Amanda and Layla.
Yep.
Paul's been a legend. Safe journey then, my friend.
Pleasure
And we will do it again another time.
Excellent.
Oh, we're off. See you, buddy. What a bloke. Yep, I do like that a lot. A bit of me, that. Right, what can we see? There's Aviation Action Scotland, working hard at it and topping his tan up. And now he's returning fire. Right, we have an inbound plane, so let's get to it. So we've got British Airways on the way out as well. Just wait there while I put Paul's microphone somewhere safe. Right, so we do have inbound action, you'll be delighted to know. And that takes the shape of an EasyJet from Bristol, an A320 200 Neo. You know, the one with the Neo sticker on the side. Be that one. Quick question to the chat. Which way is the poll running on Global Airlines? Today's poll being about whether the artwork, the livery, is a hit, miss or a maybe. For anyone that hasn't got that plane front and centre of their recollections, looks a lot like that. If you like it, can't make your mind up, dislike it, have your say in the chat. Right, we've got a Ryanair Max 8 200 in from Berlin. In fact, let's make the move now. I wonder why it's holding there. So I jump to the chat. Good morning, John Sproul. So 26% say hit, says Dopey Gorp. 37% miss. Maybe, says John Sproul. 30%. Yeah, doesn't really feel like it's hit the ground running. It's not created a talking point, has it? Which I think for a new airline, you want people talking about you. Good morning, Papa Kilo. How's tricks, Papa Kilo? Hi to Ross McNeil and Brian Pounder as well. Hope you're both doing well. Happy Sunday. I think I'm going to have to turn my hat round so that the back of my neck's protected. Cool. You don't need overseas travel. You just need to come to the mound. Rusty Oak, no, I didn't go to Prestwick for the for that positioning flight when it was under China Southern colours. Can't remember what else I was up to, but there was a good reason for it at the time. Good morning, 4K Aircraft Live. How's tricks? Oh, thank you very much. That is really good news. So what's this? So blah 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 with global stream. Personally, they could have done better. Maybe got Chat GPT to make it. Don't know who they are. I'll expose my lack of knowledge in that side of things. It was good fun anyway. Days like that are just, well, irresistible. Oh, I am turning that hat round, it's burning. I've got sun cream on, but as you'd expect, let's just spin round. But I think the sun is, well, ramping up. Glenn's Aviation, love. Have a great rest of day, buddy. Absolutely take it easy. You must be cream crackered. Anyway, it's been lovely catching up. Catch you soon, pal. So, plane on shot. No surprise it's off to Heathrow, although it's an A320-200. Should just get to go. There's nothing on final approach. There's a couple of departures further back on the taxiway. Mark's busy flicking bugs off now. the sunshine brings the bugs out. Some of them looking a bit less friendly than others, has to be said. The water is still cold, that's good. So we can't be that far away now from United Airlines inbound with their Washington flight, due in around 10:25, 10:30. Thank you very much, 4K Chat GPT, artificial intelligence. Yeah, the sunburn's a thing you always discover later, isn't it? You never think you're as burned as you are. Right, Ryanair on shot and also inbound. Plane that you are looking at now, in from Copenhagen. Ooh, I like this. Mark's new plane of the day. Not sure what it is. A Cessna of some sort, perhaps. No, hang on a minute. Pilatus. I think that's a Pilatus looking at the nose. Am I right? I think it's PC-12. If it is, it's gorgeous. Ryanair are just lining up, but I'm going to abuse my camera powers by just staying with the good-looking plane. It's off to Linz. It's a Citation, apparently. No, that's not right. No, the one in front of it's a Citation. And the one that we were looking at is not a Pilatus. The one on shot is a, I'm not pronouncing it correct, Daher TBM 960, and that is going to Oxford. Ryanair, on the other hand, are off to Belfast, in case anyone was curious. quite like that one too. Good morning, Alan Lewis. Weekend's been a dream so far. Good morning, Aviation. Hello to you. The sunshine does make all the difference, doesn't it? Alibi 58 is in the house. Good morning, Alibi 58. How's Trix Pal? Yeah, I was looking at the nose 4K aircraft live rather than the rest of the plane. It got that kind of elongated front section. Looked very Pilates-y to me, or PC-12y. Anyway, it ain't, but hey ho. Who'd have known? A Daha TBM 960. Don't think I've seen one of those before. Good morning, Catherine Malin. I'm Mark Catherine. Can't remember if we've said hi before. Okay. Do have somebody on final approach. I suppose I better make a quick inquiry. What we got? The SAS are in from Stockholm with the 3 and a bit year A320 Neo. I think this is definitely my favourite livery of the day. I know that sounds a little bit obscure. Just love it. See, to me, the front end of that has got a PC-12 look about it, definitely. Good morning, it's your girl, Pandora. How goes it, Pandora? So good morning to everybody that is recently having joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. If you didn't know already, I'm Mark. I'm with you, Deborah Speller. I like the big nose tiddlers too. I've got a bit of a Pilates thing going on, not just with the PC-12, I really like the PC-24. Sublime. It'll be interesting, wouldn't it, 4K Aviation? If it is the same power plant, would it count for the casing having a similar shape to it? Is it a reach to say that Daha are a Swiss engineer company, or are they German or something completely different? It's not one I'm familiar with, but it's got my eye. Good morning, Yorkshire biker. How goes it, friend? Working on my tan here on the mound. So we do have, as you'll have noticed, Loganair ready to go. And off to Southampton. Paul Barnes and I were talking earlier in the show about the percentage play is to always guess for Southampton. The last time we discussed this, of course, it was off to Bergen, but definitely the percentages are playing out this time. The ERJ 145 on screen is off to Southampton. So quick hi to Yoram Janowski. Bit of bird scaring in the background. Rejoined by Aviation Action Scotland. Do you want miking?
Yeah, it was a manic 15 minutes there.
A couple of bits of quality in there as well.
Definitely. I like that VPC12.
There you go, you're hot.
I've got Virgin's on the push, by the way.
Sorry?
Virgin's on the push.
Ooh, you're going to be running back off over there, so don't run off with the mic. Louder, going one place and one place only for us, Vienna.
Oh, yeah. Vienna.
Now that's Gary, not me, for the avoidance of doubt. I'm still mostly in no sing mode. Although, when I came off the roof...
I don't count.
Well, you're exempt, that's the word. I think when I got off the roof on Thursday, though, I probably wasn't far off breaking into song. I was mad as a box of frogs.
It was incredible. I mean, it was a good adrenaline rush.
Definitely that. Good morning, Martin Reed. How goes it, Martin? John Probert, hi to you. Dopey Gorp says definitely no sing zone.
You hear Mark, I'm exempt.
Although I think he means no singing by me, as against other alternatives. Seen in the chat people talking about the Eurovision, Austria, case in point with Vienna being the departure for this aircraft, but Austria winning last night. Somebody called JJ or AJ or something. JJ, I think. AJ's in the chat.
Is that the actual competition, or is that a semi-final? Or
I'm not sure.
Usually,
because they have semis now, don't they?
On a Saturday night or something like that, isn't it?
Truthfully, I don't know. I'm not really that bothered with Eurovision. But I was curious, just in case it's one of those things
we want to see.
We're going to be singing, and when it's on the radio a bit. You know when you know a song but you don't know who sings it. Back in the day when ABBA won it, for example, or did Brotherhood of Man win it?
Yes, they did. 1976. Save all your kisses for me.
And everyone sings that song, don't they? But I think there's been more years where it has been thoroughly unmemorable, to be fair.
My dad used to sing it to my sister when she was only 3-year-old.
Back in the day?
Back in the day.
Mark176 says, sing a little louder. Or, shall we sing? Shall we sing a song for you?
I think he meant cryptically. Sing a little louder.
Exactly, that's Mark's point.
Oh, right. I thought he meant louder.
No, I think he was multitasking with that. Chipaz, I can definitely say there is no dancing on the mound. Not at the minute.
You speak for yourself.
If we got a divert, I don't know, Trump Force One, Air Force One, or that new Qatari 747 that's been given to the Trumps, and if it was dropping in for fuel, I might do a jig. I might do that on camera, actually.
Is that what it takes?
You could do the pointing.
You're a hard taskmaster.
Well, they're the kind of moments that They're the
Ryanair
kind of moments
inbounds.
that you really want. Right. In the meantime, Ryanair will have to take the slack. Sorry, I'm whiplashing you a bit as I'm trying to get across to the shot.
Now, what do you think, folks? Plane of the day so far? I'm going to say the PC-12.
But it wasn't the PC-12 in the end, was it? It was a Daha.
Was it?
Yeah, there was a
What coffee
PC-12
like?
right at the beginning of the show, but that plane that came by us here a few minutes ago, it's a Daha 96. I called it PC-12
Yeah, I would have
because
said
the
it was
front
a
of it.
PC-12, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, every day's a school day.
Aviation 4K aircraft. Sorry, 4K. I'm getting your handle back to front, but your observation was a good one. Whether it's the same power plant and therefore
Could be,
that's
yeah.
why it's got the same engine cowling around it, because there's bound to be a degree of commonality when you develop an aero engine. If you're just going to be supplying one airframe, you've got to be able to sell a lot of them, haven't you?
Well, look at the CFM56.
It's a bit like lawnmowers, not comparing these aircraft to lawnmowers, but there's a lot of commonality in petrol lawnmower engines. Because
Oh, here we go, folks. He's lost it. He's been out in the sun too long.
I have been out in the sun, but it is true. You see any number of brands, but they're not all making their own engines.
Mm-hmm. The Kubota King.
But you're probably right. I probably have been out in the sun too long. We've reached the cutover point. Right, we have an aircraft on finals. That ought to be, by now, it should be getting close to United being in. On the deck, what we got beating away, I think the only thing I can see is the Ryanair that came in from Biarritz. That was your last on-screen plane. Next in is a Flying Dutchman, KLM 737-800, 25 years old. Nearly
Nearly as old as
26
me.
years old, actually, inbound from Schiphol. Optimus Toaster says the Air Canada Dreamliner, plane of the day. That's a good shout. That is a very. I know some don't like the livery, some prefer the minty one, but it looks smart.
But last week we had the employee congratulations one.
Felicitations and congratulations.
We had that one last week. Although I do like the bandit livery, I do like it.
I think it looks really smart. So if you're going to say corporate, it looks good. I do like
Good
the minty
combination
one
of
that
colours.
little bit more. But of course, that's the old livery, and it's not going to continue looking good on the types that are still sporting it. Felicitations, eh?
Give me a British Caledonian any day of the week.
Well, I think if that was in today's show, we would probably say it was a nailed-on plane of the day, would we not?
Well, I'd say market's coming in at 10 o'clock tonight,
Standing room only on the mound.
and it's a DC 1030.
Oh, can you just imagine?
Mm-hmm.
That would be amazing.
Beautiful light on that.
Really is. You know, this morning there was, in that sort of 5, 6 o'clock, oh, Virgin are on the move. Let's just pan across. I'll tell you before you run down to your camera position. There was a bit of a westerly, southwesterly for a bit at negligible strength, and I really feared it was going to be one of those days where they kept it all up the far end, or changed it, because it will go easterly eventually. It goes easterly eventually. It's on its way round now, isn't it? But there's no strength, is there?
No.
So they can do what they want, basically.
but I would say you're quids in if they go 2-4s.
Well, you've always, this is the percentage bet because you can still do it. But they reckoned, Flight Radar, when I checked at 3:30 in the morning, still showed fog.
He stopped on the runway.
Right, so you can see what, you won't see it like Gary can see it, but he is right.
Unless he's stayed on the runway for the wingspan, the wingspan of the 350 to come out.
I think it's just the way they move, the way they complete the dance, the positioning dance.
Yeah.
Because I can see the KLM moving now, so it's exactly that. So there you go, the 350-1000. Beautiful. Mark's plane of the day, has to be said. Great livery aircraft combination. If the Edelweiss, which of course we had last Sunday, was it only last Sunday? I've lost track of the days.
Incredible, isn't it?
What a mental week. I mean, mental week, where you say you got an Edelweiss A350 UK debut at Edinburgh, and then a small number of days later, you've got Global Airlines inaugural from Glasgow.
A mental but momentous week. How did the stream do on Thursday, sorry?
Numbers-wise, it was excellent. We're just marginally shy of 20k views. You know, that's excellent. Even the preview video that we put from what we did down at the Loganair hangar, that got over 1,000. Yeah, that was just a short clip with my mush. Well, you can take some credit for that. And the view that we got. But no, that was one of those. I still think that'll be one of the days when we do the Christmas social stream and we talk about the year that was, you know, highlights by month. Excuse me, I'm getting excitable. I think that will be a tough moment to top. It's doable, as in the global debut.
Yeah.
You know.
Even the day before was a good day.
Oh, we had a good time scoping out. For us, it was, you know, it really was excellent. But I think if you're talking the viewing experience, seeing something like that, I think for the aviation industry, new airlines do come and go. Not as much as they once did, but they do. But hasn't been anyone that's ever gone all in with a 380 launch. I mean, customers have been retreating from the 380.
In favour of this bird.
Sorry, Gary?
In favour of this bird. Getting rid of the A380s and bringing this one in, the 350.
Indeed.
Wonder if that's maybe Emirates thinking as well. Somewhere down the line that's what's going to happen. Because up until the next global A380 goes in the service, Emirates are operating the oldest A3 service in history at the moment.
You see, if Global make their 380 model work, and I know their plan is for 4, or it was for 4, but there'll be plenty more A380.
Well, coming onto the second-hand market,
They'll be able, there'll be others divesting all the time.
You've got loads of Air France ones lying as well.
Well, Lufthansa's, they bought theirs back. It's about 8 or thereabouts for Lufthansa, but they bought them out only as a pro-tem measure while they wait for deliveries. Then, in theory, they go back to the boneyard or the storage yard.
What will that be for deliveries of 350s?
Yeah. Well, Gary's back in play. So, what do you reckon, folks? Good looking? I think it is. Not Gary, the plane I'm talking about. Good morning, Mark Pride. How you doing, pal? Lots of Virgin Atlantic emoji action. Loving it. Fiat Voluntas Tua. Sure I've not said that right, but lovely to have you with us. I'm Mark, and if you've just joined the show, please do drop us a like, if you wouldn't mind, because it'll help us get promoted. Alibi 58. I've been trying to forget that. So technically we will finish at 1:45, but I'll throw it open to the chat if people want me to extend for the Qatar Dreamliner and the Pegasus. I'll go with what people want. Right, let's just see what we've got today. can't quite make it out in the glare. Is that Lady Emmeline? Not be sure. Anyway. What an aircraft. I've got this model, of course, as I often remind the chat. Good morning, Graham White. So I am, well, I'm showground side of the airport, near the Ingliston car park, I guess. If you go on the Spotter's Guide Edinburgh, it's one of the spots there. I can't remember the number for it, but it's called the Mound anyway. People call it the Mound. Ooh, Gordon Bennett. I've got to show you this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm loving this as well. I'm in love with a plane. Not for the first time this week. Trying to see what it is. Wowee. Better go to the Virgin Atlantic. Ooh, that was up a bit earlier than I thought. Although, does it go from here to Manchester? I can't remember if this is... I ought to know. For some reason, I've got it in my head that it comes in from Orlando and goes back to Manchester, but... I'll check that out in a minute. Been a busy few days, so yeah, it is Manchester, so that's why it got up smartly, got up like one of those Olympic high jumpers. Gulfstream G450, so we've had a Gulfstream G550 in the show. This is beautiful. Don't worry, I'm not going to give it the old James Blunt. You're beautiful. Yeah, it's an interesting point, Mark 176, when we're talking about global. The A380, you've got to fill it. You've got to fill it. Your load factor's got to be very high. And certainly for an inaugural flight, I think that Gary was saying, or Paul Barnes, I can't remember, that it was like 95 people on that first flight. Well, that's just, you've not got things priced right. You've got to pile it up, haven't you? Sell those seats. That's the game changer, not this max 8 doing the transatlantic kind of thing, or even, if you think about it, the XLR A321, they're clearly the future. I also think that selling tickets only as return tickets was inexplicable. You know, it's not my area of expertise, but I am quite an expert in being a punter. What appeals? And you want the plane full. So what do? You sell the tickets at a price that have people virtually scrapping over them. Yeah, save a few for the the glitterati, the opinion formers and so forth, but you really want people doing that plane. But you are right, Mark 176, to bring this to a close. The 350 is much more efficient. It is really where it's at. Of course, supply and demand and all the rest of it. So try and catch up a little bit with the chat. DB Bassman approaching 21 months. It's coming fast. Yeah, 4K aircraft live. I have to say that Virgin Red, it's, well, that metallic red look, it's gorgeous. Right, I think that might be a Vueling coming our way. That's an A321. I recognise the yellow engine cowlings to the naked eye. So what do I need to do here? I think you've already seen it on shot. I think I'll wait for it when it comes out the bushes. I think this might be the plane that Paul Kaczynski's lads on. Good morning, Mike Roger. How goes it? Alan Lewis says 350 equals engineered art. Inclined to agree. Alibi, stop stoking them. They don't need any encouragement. Peter Pan, says Paul Kaczynski. I'm guessing we're talking the departed plane. Captain Waves, says John Kay. Excellent. I couldn't tell from my perch. I kind of bring the camera to where you can see it, but for me I can see more of my face than the captain's face. Let's see if Welling will have a wave. Robert D, no match for the mighty Pegasus. Au contraire, au contraire. Mark Pride saw a wave too. Brilliant, that is nice. Just take my hat off to captains who can spare a few seconds to wave to the fans. To me it's a bit like football players ignoring fans' requests for autographs and stuff. I know you can't please everybody all the time and you're kind of in the zone, it is your job. But your job also includes the public face of the company as well. So well done. Get a bit of a breeze back off those engines. Basically, the prevailing wind direction here is pretty much, well actually it's moving about now. I was going to say more or less in line with the runway. Either which way I felt the wind pick up. You might be able to hear a little bit on mic. 300 plus likes, says Mark 176. Forgot about that. Some fantastic support, everybody. Fireworks coming your way. You guys rock. That's for everybody that has hit the like button as we march on. Remember, the more likes we get, it helps us get promoted, and for a small channel, that's a big thing. Big thing for every channel, not just small ones, but smaller you are, harder it is. Gordon Prentice, hello to you. Hope you enjoyed that Gulfstream G450. Beautiful. Aidan M44, hello to you. You went up very quickly, but that's, if we're talking the Virgin, it's because it's basically carting fresh air to Manchester. It caused me to think, as you'll have heard on commentary, that it gone a little bit early. I thought, ooh, wasn't expecting rotation at that point. But of course, an empty plane, perhaps a bit of freight they've got stuffed in there. Who knows? As Deborah Speller says, light as a feather. Do you know, I might have to put a fleece on now. Welcome back, Mary. It's a crackers day. Hammy says that the 757 from Washington, that's 8 minutes out at 10:56. Chop 5 off that, 3 minutes out. I can just make it out as well. Good shout there, Hammy. I bet you can see it. I don't know, 4K Aviation Live, about the upgrades on the global flight. I'm not sure how many seats they had in the other 2 classes. There wasn't many first class, was there? But biz, as you would expect, was a good number of seats. You're missing a trick if you don't upgrade people. Definitely. As I say, the media coverage, as far as I could tell, on the mainstream news, I don't remember seeing anything about it. I bought a paper the following day. If it was in there, it had no prominence. I didn't see it. And you're promoting the airline to Joe Public, not aviation enthusiasts. So if people aren't talking about it, I'm not sure. I think their website's that great either. I don't know if people have had a bit of a browse on that. And when I was doing my prep for the show, there's a website that says Global Airlines, and the last bit of information on it was like May 2024 or something. So I wish them well. I think they're going at the right idea. Whether the 380 can be done price competitively, but it should shake up the transatlantic market quite nicely, you'd hope. There's space for that, because I think it's too expensive, personally. So Mark 176, Air France A220, 300, 5 minutes out. I wonder if that's what I can see. That seems more likely than the 7.5, given the time differentials. Yeah, I can see it. That's what I can see. It's getting a bit bigger. 306, like says Mary. 312 now. Count's ticking up. Lovely stuff. I don't know what it is, doping up. When I see the Pegasus emoji, I don't know what happens. It's hard to explain. In my defence, it's quite tricky today in terms of being able to read the screen, even with the brightness wanged right up. The sun is great for us because it's behind the position, but obviously you get a lot more glare on all your VDUs. So, I mean, how can I be rude to the cult plane that the Pegasus is? And it's a measure of the esteem that I hold you all in, that I'll stick around for it if you so wish. Of course, it depends what the action's like in terms of linking it up. There's no point in doing a stream with little moving, but I think the key to it is the Qatar Dreamliner. Any word in the chat as to whether that is on time, making time? That would be good. See if I can get to the bottom of the chat while we've got a quick gap in things. So that Virgin departure was number 2 tracked worldwide. How do you explain stuff like this? I mean, seriously, folks, the Global Airlines thing was obviously pretty intuitive, But you know, what makes a fairly routine movement a positioning flight at that? Track at number 2, I don't know. Right, United are the next in, so let's get to it. Inbound from Washington. Running a bit late. I'm sure they were due in around 10:25, 10:30. And they're due out at 12:30. Well, I don't think that's going to happen now. So we have something else coming in behind, so better not daydream too long. A Ryanair from Poznan. Let's just wait the other side for the 757 to cut back into shot. I'm with you, Graham White, that Dreamliner, the Qatar Dreamliner, is a beauty. Loving that emoji action for the recent arrival. Mark Brightspark, Natalie Alice, Yorkshire Biker, Dopey Gorp, LW-8. Dopey Gorp, the Pegasus number 7 for departure. Oh dear. Big smile at this end. Number 7. Number 7 and climbing. I had this idea in my head, you know, that it would be the day that we got that special livery, that 100 years livery of theirs. Today's the day, I told myself. I think they're sending a 737-800. I need to drop them a line to say, look, you've got cult status here and we're broadcasting around the world. Send a decent plane every now and again. Good morning, Jason Connolly. How goes it? Ooh, liking this, Amy. Bombardier Challenger 604, 4 minutes out from Dublin. I like those as well. What kind of paintwork have we got? Ooh, is this a VistaJet one? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, baby. Good morning, Hamish McGregor. Top of the morning to you. You're just in time to see a bit of class. Bombardier Challenger 604. Can't be sure if I'm trusting my screen, but it looks all in silver. Silver with a Go Faster stripe. Classy. Jim 33, good morning. Thanks for hitting that like, and if you've just got into the show and you've yet to drop us a like, please do. Goes a long way for us. If you don't know who's doing the talking, I'm Mark. My pleasure to be in your company. The plane coming towards you is an EasyJet A320neo. just over a year old, and that's on its way to Belfast. EasyJet, hello to you. Guten Morgen, guten Morgen. I've not said that right, have I? I try hard. I need coaching, a lot of coaching. Anyway, Susa, I hope you're having a great day. Happy Sunday. And if you're watching the show but not in the chat, thank you for watching, but do come into the chat, do come and say hi. Folks in the chat are just first class. First class. It's the best thing about doing the show, even better than the planes I see, the people I meet. And that is no exaggeration. Good morning, Ian Noble. Going out to Naples next Sunday. Early bird. We are streaming next week, Ian, but I won't be live at 6 o'clock. So, because our Eddie is travelling next Sunday from Edinburgh as well with his family. So they're having a week away. So we might be a bit earlier, but not that much earlier. That's like crazy earlier. Well, for me anyway. So we're going to see if we can get an Eddie wave, shine a light at the window in next week's show. Off to, where's he off to? Mallorca, I think. So having a quick look, there's no way this is going to get out ahead of the Challenger that's inbound. So by my calculation, JetBlue should be out in the next 10 and 15 minutes. I'm sure that's 11:30 for them. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. Right, check this out. Snazzy indeed. Yorkshire biker talking about the Bombardier Challenger 604 that has just arrived. It's a beaut. Traveller Nature, hello to you. I'm Pepe Lamoco, hello to you. I'm Mark. Okay, Ryanair next to go. Where are they off? Gothenburg. Chipaz, I've just seen your comment about EasyJet potentially announcing a Newcastle base on Thursday. That would be awesome. Genuinely awesome. Oh, well done for spotting that, Nell and Co. Thanks for the message. So we got a wave from that Ryanair. Well, there you go, eventually. Well, I've had a couple of waves today, which is a couple more than I normally get on my own. Good thing I'm not waving for help. Right, something big's transponding. Delta on the way to Boston, due out at 11:20. You can see it on flight radar. Ryanair on shot, of course, with another Ryanair coming into shot. So Gothenburg and Dublin. Bit of patience now required as we've got somebody on final approach. That somebody is, well, our first jet powered Aer Lingus of the show. It's another one of their A321 XLRs inbound from Dublin. Nice. Oh, Pepe Lamoco, local to Edinburgh now. Cool. It's such a great place. Sounds like you've got it all on, Ash. Although, good day's weather for that kind of mission. So here is, I think, the future of transatlantic aviation, the A321 XLR. Hammy, perhaps Mrs. H is also watching under a different moniker. And thanks for the shout on the likes as well. Likes do make the world go round. I'm definitely fleecing up once this is gone. Although I can see JetBlue on their way down the taxiway, so I'll probably have to get a wriggle on. There you go, folks. Zoom you in a bit. Right, let's see if I can do it fast, because it's gone nippy. Ooh. Right, I'm back. Oops. Sounds a bit louder. It's definitely gone a bit cooler, certainly for me. Good morning, Amy. Over the pond in Canada, new to the channel. Amy and Mark, pleasure to meet you. Mary's got more rain in Australia, Newcastle, Australia. So you've got that in common with Newcastle, Tyne and Wear, at least some of the time. I think, John Probert, it would be too difficult to have the action continuity. Otherwise, I'd be open to it. Our centre of gravity is really Scottish airports, and Edinburgh obviously at the centre of that. But I'm not convinced that Inverness would have the action levels. I do fancy going further north though. I stand to be corrected on that, by the way, because Lossiemouth is somewhere that keeps nibbling away at me. Hell of a jaunt, but if you're going to do it, you got to do it. Hammy, that's what I tend to think about Mrs. PSA. She always plays the non-tech savvy card, but then it occurred to me it's a cunning master plan, because if you think about it, that's how you get lulled into a false sense of security. There we go. Is that what you're asking for?
No,
Oh no, carry on doing what you're doing.
No, I'm just asking if this was the Atlanta flight.
I know. Gary and I are at cross purposes. Like bookmakers tic-tacs signalling to each other. Apples and pears on that occasion, although we usually get it about right. So, another Smoky Joe moment. Catch you later, Ash Watts, Canal Kurdistan. Hello to you. Hello, Scott. Yes, I am planning to do the American Airlines flight. Been looking forward to it. And where else are we? Slade Javara, that Aer Lingus was indeed. Let's get your plane back on shot. Was an XLR, so we should see that go during the course of the show. See if I can elicit a wave from the friendly folks at Delta. Once we get out the bushes. I think we got a wave, but I can't be sure. Too much glare. We have an EasyJet on final approach. The inbound EasyJet, A320 from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Looks like we have the United Airlines Chicago flight pushing back as well. So still very much the transatlantic phase of the show. Big Delta taking their Smoky Joe off to, where did we say this was going? We said it was going to Boston. Coming your way, Nick Gray. Charlie Newlands, hello to you. 2 waves on the flight deck. Well done, Delta. God bless you, Captain and First Officer. Thanks, Alibi, confirming on that. That's a nice result. Stephen confirming too. We hit the jackpot there. We were saying earlier on that the American airlines are generally very friendly. Airways about to join the fray. I wonder if that's an Embraer for London City. We're kind of getting close to that point, aren't we? It's only 11:30 though, so probably not. Ryanair just lining itself up. Off to Funchal. Ian Lavery says Inverness would require a big flask and a lot of sandwiches. Sounds like a fishing trip, really, doesn't it? Oh dear, happy days. So we've got an inbound Delta 767 from Atlanta, says Mark 176. 20 minutes from now. 18, as I'm a bit behind. Good morning, Linda. Linda with a Y. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. RSVP, good morning to you, and hi to Richard Lynn. There was a fire in the car park here at Edinburgh, but I don't think it was yesterday, was it? Was it 2 or 3 days ago? Could have been yesterday, I don't know. Uh-oh, JP Gorp is reminding me that Pegasus could still yet play a part in the show. Let me just check my notes about that fire anyway. Oh, I hadn't got the date. Anyway, it definitely happened. Might get a bit noisy, so I'll talk a bit less. Don't make me laugh, Ali, by 58. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh dear. Yeah. Not seeing it, but I do like the military stuff. But as Hammy says, can be hit and miss. You need good intel. You definitely need good intel. So, off to London City. Slightly distracted there on the pan. I can see JetBlue kind of snagged my eye line. Dealer for JetBlue. So the Ryanair in shot is off to Shannon, just in case anyone's wondering. Uh-oh. Managed to knock my water bottle over. Actually, I think it's the wind getting up. JP Gorp says the Pegasus is number 2 for departure. Is this true? It can't be true. Oh no. They must be being hacked. It must be a cyber attack. In fact, it's not a JetBlue, it's a United 757, so that'll be the Chicago plane. I'll try and squeeze it into the shot when the plane on shot starts moving. Hammy, don't piss on DB Bassman's cornflakes. It's not good etiquette. Bad form. Oh, I've got to tell you something in a minute, because a legacy from, was it last week's show or? Good morning, Carl Jones. How goes it? The RB211 Concerto is warming up. No string instruments in that blooming setup. Right. JetBlue really is the next one down the catwalk. There you go. That is one good looking tail fin, very good looking. Alibi 58, member for 25 months. Pegasus, just taken off from Istanbul. I can't believe, Alibi, you used a 25-month message for that. I want verification. In the meantime, thank you so much for being with us from the beginning and such a great friend to the channel and moderator. Here we go. Sorry, I'm just a little bit errant in my camera duty. Tell you what, folks, they must have the mother of all dog shows on the showground. This place was heaving with dogs when I came through to set up. Heaving. Just going to leave you along for the minute while I have a quick check around the kit. Good morning, John R. So, Edinburgh, Scotland, my friend. Thank you, HGC. Still getting used to the camera, but feeling your way into it as you do. Dopey Gorps authorised overtime. ETA 1530. Is that really the ETA? Because I can't do that. I'm not fitted with a bladder for that kind of mission. Bit too much information there, but right. Next in. What is next in? Sun Express. It's apparently in the Sun Express campaign livery, but the flight radar picture, check it out at home, folks, looks a bit like a normal Sun Express one to me. Sun Express campaign. Who knows? Clearly I don't. Going backwards is it's moonwalking its way out of the show. Is that what you're saying, Doping Up? All the excitement about a bonus Pegasus movement could come to naught. So we have an inbound plane. I'm just going to find one of my, I don't know what you call them really. They're like a, well, pastoral kind of thing, but they're good for stopping sore throats from being too irritating. And whereas I've not got a sore throat, I think hay fever pollen is just starting to get on top. So I do have this planned. So apologies for the rustling. Well, that feels better straight away. That was worth doing. Crikey. Linda Cooper says 5 more likes for 350. Go on, folks, spoil me. And if you're number 350, jump into the chat. Tell us who you are. Claim it, own it. Fantastic support, folks. Fantastic. So I can see the inbound plane. I won't pounce on it just yet. So let's watch out on this one. Sun Express campaign livery. Sounds a bit like a little sticker, doesn't it? Somewhere near the nose. It's a port side picture I'm looking at on flight radar. So of course we'll not see it till it goes if it's one of those that's just stickered on the one side. Let's see. DB Bassman says 350 is up. Confirmed by 4K Aircraft Live. Great work, team. Great work, team. Let's hit the fireworks. For everybody that hit the like, this is for you. Superb effort. And of course, we've still got an in-show poll running. I think it was in favour of the Global Airlines livery being a non-hit, if I remember correctly. But if people could just let me know which way it's going. If you've yet to cast your vote, exercise your mandate. Do you like that livery? Do you not? I've kind of gone on record, I think, now as saying probably not for me. Looks like a school art project a little bit. But each to their own. It has taken me a little while to get to that conclusion. Tell you what, folks, it sounds crackers, but it has gone a lot cooler here. There's quite a few people here in t-shirts and so forth, but I can't believe they're genuinely warm at the minute, because I can also see people wear hoodies with hoods up. Very deceptive. I think it's because the wind direction has changed, so actually, for the avoidance of doubt, we're on an easterly of some sort. Looks like an east-northeasterly, which I think is what the forecast was, so pretty much coming straight at this position. What a difference that makes, losing the westerly. So Linda Cooper says the poll misses winning by a wee bit. No, that surprises me. I thought it might be a little bit more than that. Good morning, Alexandra Wood. Hey up. Difficult says if Nell asked, I would stay for the Pegasus. Nell, are you going to ask? Are you going to ask me to stay for the Pegasus? And put him to the test. Shame on you, Dopey Gorp, and Hammy for egging him on. Good morning, Ian Finley. So it's the Scottish Kennel Club Double Championship Dog Show, finishing today after 4 days. I thought there was a lot more vehicles parked around by the airport, to be fair. Kind of looked like some of the people I passed had actually slept in their vans overnight with their respective dogs. But there was a lot of dogs being walked this morning. I thought, feels like this could be a big deal, so it is. Are you sure that was a big sticker on that Sun Express, Hammy? I couldn't see. Robert D, can't do the Pegasus dance, it would keep me going. I'd lose my self-esteem. I'll save that for a very special day. As you know, I do a nice line in dad dancing. Forget my words out. I'll pick the KLM up in a minute. We have inbound action. KLM's going short, as you'll probably see if I can put the shot in the right place. There we go. Fancy that. Well done, LW. You're a lady of principle. Don't be goaded by Dopey Gorp and Hammy. I feel like they're trying to put me in detention, and the idea of 15:30, dear me. Oh, WestJet are on the move as well. Let me just show you this. Getting excitable. It's all happening now. It's all being switched back on. Bit of a traffic jam there. Oops, KLM are going now. Over here, over there. Another 10 minutes of this and I'm coating up. Nothing like an easterly, is there? Power tie 08. Hello to you. How's tricks? Sage Javara just subbed. Thank you very much, Kevin. Well, if it's Kevin, you go liked. You can say you must be subbed because you're in the chat. But yep, thank you for hitting the like. If that's Kevin or Roman, get me two if you like. Keith Winning, hello to you, buddy, and Terry Ferro, hello to you in Florida. Special flights today, not in the sort of traditional sense of special. Plenty of transatlantic action though, Terry. The latest case in point is coming on to shot at the minute, a WestJet Max 8 on its way. I'm thinking as we've seen Halifax go, this must be Toronto, I'm assuming. Yep, Toronto. Just over 2 years of age, the aircraft. It's not in a rush, is it? We've seen a few good biz jets as well, actually. And a good biz prop. But no, it's been a really good morning spotting, actually. Now we're properly into the summer timetable. The action is back on. This is one good looking livery, is it not? Let's see how friendly the Canadians are. So we do have somebody on final approach. That somebody, well actually two out. We've got Delta, but we've got British Airways next in with an A319. Then I think we've got a big Delta behind it, unless I've clicked on somebody else's movement. The Atlanta flight is two out. Looks like the SAS are moving as well. There you go. WestJet are just taking the runway. And we have somebody twinkling, which of course is that Delta. So Delta, your next landing, Smoky Joe. Hi to Nick's Aviation. How goes it? Mark Sanderson, good morning to you, Mark. As Amy calls it, WestJet to Toronto. Exactly that. Steve, thank you. Good morning for both pilots wave. Brilliant. Is that the second today? Can't believe it, waves on the WestJet. That's brilliant. Can't wait to watch that back. I mean, Craig McLean was off to Dublin, was he not, with Mrs. McLean? I've got a feeling they might have been coming back or might be coming back in today's show, I'm not sure. I'm sure he said he was going Dublin. Okay, SAS off to Stockholm. Thing is, Hammy, I don't know what time Craig's on his ATR, whether he's going to fall in the show or not. It'd be nice if he did. Crikey, we're off already. So let's just see how, oops, sorry folks. There's Aviation Action Scotland. He's fleeced up. Just checking how Neshar was. I'm thinking of reaching for the coat. Just saying. So next this way is a Ryanair. Well, next inbound, let's do that first. We've got an EasyJet A320neo just about to come our way from London Luton. Plane coming towards us is a Ryanair off your way, Nell. It was, where's it gone? Oh, it's in the bushes now. Whatever next. It's going to come out the bushes in a minute. Anyway, it's a Max 8200, just over 2 years of age. Alexandra Wood hits the 25-month milestone. Awesome stuff, Alexandra. Such a great friend you are to us. And of course, another superstar member of the mod team. Delighted to be part of this friendly community. All the better for you being in it. Right, we'll do some fireworks in a minute. As soon as this plane gets my end and makes the turn, we'll reach for the fireworks. Reach for the pyrotechnics. Here you go, Alexandra. These are for you. Say Javara, thank you so much, my friend. That is really kind of you as well. Thanks for your generosity, buddy. Every bit makes a difference. Here's your fireworks. Oops. Plane inbound. Well, that were close. It was close. HGC, wasn't it? Stage of Ara nearly backed me into a telescope moment, and it was all of my own making as well. I just didn't judge the closing distance with any accuracy. Hilariously. So we have a Lufthansa A321 on final approach. That will be your next plane, folks. I'm loving the multitasking, Carl Jones. Still watching, but doing your washing. Whatever works. Whatever works, my friend. There's always so much to do, isn't there? So if you can kind of multitask, it's got to be a good thing. Not that I'm speaking as the king of the multitaskers, just for the avoidance of doubt. Alright, do I reach for the coat is the question I'm asking myself. Just turned 12 o'clock here at Edinburgh Airport. If you've just joined us, I'm Mark, bringing you Plain Sailing Aviation's weekly Sunday show from Edinburgh. Runway 06 currently in play. Sometimes with some planes on them. Don't know how that got away from me. So, what have we got next up for you? We have, looks like an EasyJet from somewhere. Let's see. Might be EasyJet from Birmingham, Brum, inbound from Brum. Is that you violating my privacy? Aviation Action Scotland's up to no good. As per.
Wouldn't want it any other way.
I'd be confused, wouldn't I? I would be confused.
Well, what's going to keep me here beyond 1:15?
I suppose if you break it down, United are supposed to be out at 12:30 with the 757, but it came in late, so therefore it's very unlikely to go out on time. Qatar's, I don't know whether the Qatar Dreamliner is on its inbound, but it's not due until 20 to 2 anyway, so, you know, if it's making time, that will be great. Does the chat know what the Dreamliner's doing at the minute? Yeah, HGC, I'm thinking that the less Mrs. PSA knows, the better when it comes to my full potential. Oh, look in the emoji, no W, that's very good, very cool. Yeah, I can't believe I said that, can I? A runway with sometimes planes on it. If it appears between my ears, I tend to say it. It is cold, isn't it? Gary, Aviation Action Scotland, is... I put the camera on you actually when you were filming because I seen you fleeced up. I thought, yeah, I've gone for the fleece and I'm going for the coat in a minute. But if you look at the windsock, there's the answer. It's gone onto a full easterly.
Gloves on and all.
Yeah, my hands are cold as well. Folks, I have to say that you're definitely better watching this at home. It's just gone, it was lovely mid-morning. So when Paul Barnes went, Barnesy took the weather with him. Right, we have another inbound aircraft. Let's see what we're getting out of the lucky dip of inbounds. I think it's going to be an EasyJet, and it is inbound from Geneva, an Airbus A320-200 Neo, 6 years of age, nearly 6.5 years of age, exactly as, well, as per really. Steve says the Dreamliner is looking like 1320, and I can't decide whether Hammy and Dopey Gawk between them are just teasing me with the Pegasus, the Mighty P running late, but certainly if it's looking at 3:30, let me know how you got on, folks. I'll be well on my way home. Oh dear, that even the court of public opinion could keep me in play for that.
Well on the way home to a well-earned rest.
Well, it's been a busy stretch, hasn't it?
Busy week.
I think we knew that though, didn't we, that May was going to be a bit of a...
Blockbuster.
Yeah, exactly that, a blockbuster.
I'll be at press week midweek. No intel as yet, but just take her into press week on Tuesday or Wednesday, see what's happening.
Well, I hope you get lucky. You'll get something out of it, because you're going to get the freighters for a start. Don't you get an Air France 777?
Air France 777.
And the cargo looks?
And probably a Chinese 777.
There you
I
go.
don't know exactly what days that comes in. But
And they're all cracking movements. Oops, sorry folks, I'm talking to Gary and not panning. I was visualising the planes that Gary was describing to me, and then I realised I'd stopped panning. Oh! I think we had a bit of planes and trains there, did we not? So back to the chats, just checking I'm not missing anyone on the door. Carol Ann, hey up. It was a nicer day here earlier. It really was, I'd say, best day of the year on the Mound. For me, it's certainly on the short list, as in of 2025. But it's gone right nippy now. The easterly winds have asserted themselves. Robert Smith, how you doing, pal? I hope you're keeping well. Kerry Ann Lammy, hi to you. Let's quickly scroll up a bit further and a bit more. Chat seems to come in bits and pieces for me. No, I think we're good. Oh, good. So let's just quickly delve into the inbounds. So the Qatar Dreamliner looking like 1318 now. Let me know, folks, if you want to extend for that. If you don't, that's fine too. We'll finish at 1:45 if we don't want that. The Pegasus, as Dopey Gawk and Hammy, well, they weren't teasing me. I thought they were just testing my motivation levels. Sorry, guys and girls, and anybody that really loves Pegasus. to the point of madness, but I can't stay that late. So I guess the proposition will be we could extend a little bit for the Dreamliner, or not if that's the mood of the nation. Good afternoon, John McCabe. How's tricks? Welcome to the Sunday show. What's the likes count at the minute, folks? I'm on 21, just saying. I know we are north of 350. I just can't remember what the last update was. I'm just curious. Nell, I think Dopey Gorp thinks you've got some kind of block vote. I know there was some suggestion of preferential treatment. Completely erroneous. Erroneous, if that's the word I'm trying to say. Can I get the coat on, or can I tough it out a bit longer? We have an inbound plane. 368. Thank you, HGC. It'd be lovely if we could get to 400 by close. If you're in the show and you've yet to drop us a like, honestly, it makes such a difference for us. Can't emphasise that. So United are still showing as a 12:30 departure, which would be interesting. The very stylish, this is really stylish, isn't it? The VistaJet Bombardier Challenger 604, that is pushing plane of the day quite hard for me, is off to Marrakesh. That's at 12:35. Apparently that's pushed a bit on time. That is gorgeous, and that's going to come straight by this position. So that's going to be one to savour. No question about that. Tell you something else. I was thinking about that Lufty that came in. Did people see in the news, I can't think who covered it now, it might have been The Independent, it was in my news feed, talking about a near miss investigation involving a Lufthansa flight from 2024, where the captain had left the cockpit and the co-pilot had fainted whilst alone on a Frankfurt to Seville flight. Apparently it flew for 10 minutes on autopilot, which of course is bread and butter to an autopilot. Crikey, inbound plane. Not the kind of story for your reluctant flyers, of course. But as the saying goes, all's well that ended well. Actually, I'll have a zoom that. Didn't mean to. Going to move the camera a little bit. Slade Javara, you should be able to join, shouldn't you? Let's just see if I click the dollar button. I've had this before, it might be a bit device dependent, so I can see super sticker, super chat, membership gifting. Maybe it's because it's my channel, but at the minute I can't see how I would join it. But I am a member of my own channel, so it's perhaps that. I think it's what Yorkshire Biker's saying. It might be something to do with the YouTube app and the device. Or what's the other variable? The browser, of course, isn't it? Browsers always seem to be at the root of all evil, as far as I can tell. But I'm just going to have to de-mic for a second. Just bear with me. That's better. I think my Puriton's wearing off. Purites, I keep calling it. Puriton. Scottish Linda, I thought you'd forsaken me. Well, it sounds like you've been very busy sorting the kids, hanging the washing out, and got me on the big TV. Hang on, I'll get you a plane for your big TV. That wasn't the right view, was it? No worries, Linda. And I see we've got a milestone moment to celebrate with you as well. 13 months a member. Lucky 13. Scottish Linda, these are for you. Great friend that you are. Plane's got away from me again. Oh dear. Ooh la la. So, out of shot, but about to be in shot if I do it right. We've got the Aer Lingus 321 XLR as we wave off this Air France A220 300. Tell you what, paintwork still looks nice and fresh. Not many miles on the clock. Plenty of time to get out. There is a plane on long finals, I guess. Right, away we go. XLR time. Give it some welly. Right, I think I've just about got enough time to swap a power lead over, so dear chap, please bear with me while I do that. There we go. So just in the nick of time, but getting towards the nick of time. So next action is from KLM 737-800. Let's get on that. Is that you done?
Good night, Vienna.
To the next time, buddy. That's Aviation Action signing off.
Bye, everybody.
Aviation Action Scotland.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that. Oh
Standing
dear.
right next to him when he forgets.
I
where
know. I'm a bit leggy. I've been up since 3:15 or thereabouts, so I'm just.
Safe down the road, and I'll see you soon.
Take care, buddy.
Take care.
So just checking out some of that KLM emoji action as well. Yorkshire Biker, LW, HGC, Dopey Gorp, Natalie Alice. Beautiful to see. Alexandra Wood as well. Getting close to 400 likes. It'd be fantastic to park up the bus at that. Alexandra says the VistaJet Bombardier Challenger 604 now pinging. It's the one that's off to Nell's Air Hub. So it was due out at 20 past. Then it was rescheduled to 12:35, I think. That would be fantastic to see. Oh, look at that. United have turned it around. Well, between them and the airport. So the Washington flight came in about half an hour late and it's going to be going out pretty much on time. Loving it. That makes me a happy camper. But I'm going to go for my coat, so bear with me. Kind of reached the point that I can endure the chill no longer. So if you are watching on Almond Bank and you can hear this commentary, don't think any the less of me because I've had to coat up. I can still see people in shorts and t-shirts, so I'm telling you. I couldn't do it. Perhaps 20 years ago. Right, that's me all coated up now. The epitome of Nesh. Oh, I didn't quite complete, did I, I think in a recent show, did I not read something out that caused everybody in Scotland a lot of amusement? What was it? I had to do a bit of homework on this because I clearly didn't know what I was saying. A ball bag. I think it was Craig McLean amongst the many that says, I can't believe he just said that on air, but someone had obviously got it in their name title. I just googled it, and bearing in mind this is probably not a precise interpretation. A ball bag is a Scottish slang word that is commonly used to refer to a person who is considered stupid, annoying or irritating. Oh dear. I didn't know, did I? What do I know? Right, so where's the United gone? just out of shot for the minute, so I'm just going to go for a drive. There's the big Delta. I think that's due out at 2 o'clock, so we don't think we'll be getting that one. I know we won't be getting that one. Ooh, HTC announces a bit of quality coming in as well. Air Baltic with their A220-300, the largest operator in Europe of the A220. Delta Airlines having that accolade worldwide. But amongst the Europeans, it's all Air Baltic. Thank you, Alexandra, confirming the EasyJet A320 from Bristol, 7 miles out. I wonder if that's what I can see. I can see somebody got the lamps on. It's exactly that plane. Indeed so. So he departed Bristol 53 minutes ago. Aircraft just over a year old. Yorkshire biker. I don't know what I reversed myself into with that, but anyway. We've got going on here. Bit of bird scaring, or mark scaring. There we go. See if we can get a cheery wave. Watching them take the racing line. Right. Just need to remember there is an inbound aircraft to pursue. Still a bit far out actually. Antelek M, hello to you. Yeah, Hammy, I realised as I was going through the research, apparently that is the sanitised internet friendly interpretation for people who ain't got a clue. Like me. I do understand that it has more resonance in its correct application, so I kind of thought I'm not going to double down on it and get myself into a bigger pile of doo-doo. Okay folks, the final United Airlines 757 of the show is now available. Just there. Wishing that little BizJet out now. I definitely don't want to finish without having that Bombardier Challenger 604. What do you reckon folks? Can we get a wave from the final United departure of the show? Somebody on final approach. Better have a quick look and see who that is. It is that. Excuse me. It's the Air Baltic that HTC was talking about. Exactly, Alibi 58. A ball bag could also be used for footballs. I love words with many applications, especially applications that I don't even understand. Ooh, loving that emoji spam. Dopey Gorp, Mark Bright Spark, Tony Austin, Yorkshire Biker, Robert D, Natalie Alice, HTC, No W, Sia Green, EasyJet in 2 minutes, says Jason Connolly. Thank you so much, Jason. Roger that. And of course, we've got the United to go now. Get ready for some RB211s. I have to be honest, HGC, I'm inclined to agree. Best sound in aviation. Got a proper pedigree to it. Still here, folks. I'm just adjusting something just to get us into the final phase of the show. So it looks to me like the action has dried up. The only thing that I'm thinking I wouldn't want to leave on the table is that BizJet, just to see if it's moving. I think you're right, Hammy. I think it is a real gift for Edinburgh, isn't it? The 757s. I think we are lucky people, and we'll think back on that in many years to come, no question, when we get mound out with A321 Neos, or XLR Neos. Good afternoon, Hannah. How you doing, Hannah? So what do you want me to do, folks? We're pretty much in the closed window. Do you want... I'm thinking we should get the Bombardier BizJet, as long as it goes pretty soon. But then I guess after that it's kind of... might have a bit of a gap, and therefore I'm thinking no planes on show. We might as well take an early bath, so to speak. I'm just going to plug in my webcam so I can go to camera at the end. Be nice if I could. Well, it certainly looks like the action has dried up a bit. So what I'm going to do, just bear with me, just realise I'm full length at the moment. I'm just going to go to webcam mode. So hopefully, if I hit the right button, the right things will happen. So I'm hoping you can hear me okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just going to check you can actually. Just in case I've suddenly rendered this a silent broadcast. Yeah, I think we'll do the thank yous and then we'll rod it up. I think that's the right thing to do. The action's dried up, you've been superb, and I definitely don't want to stretch things out when the action's not there. We've had a lot of fun, and best to leave it all when it's still fun. So let's do the thank yous first and foremost. God love you moderators team who have been seen today. NW-8, Alibi 58, Dopey Gorp, Alexandra Wood. Who else have I seen? Rab popped in briefly. He's obviously marshalling away at Knockhill. Anyway, thank you so much. We've done a lot of streams recently, and that's a massive commitment. Let's do the thank yous. So, I can't read my own handwriting. Shadow Chaser 13, we welcomed to the PSA Crew Lounge. That was awesome. As was Leslie Kerrison blowing us away with 20 gifted memberships. Fantastic support, Leslie, it really was. Steve C very generously Ko-fi donated us between shows. Thank you so much for that, Steve. John McKenzie hit the 21-month membership loyalty milestone. Fantastic stuff, John McKenzie, our man in Hong Kong. Dave Dawes joined the PSA Crew Lounge, and Linda Cantis very generously gifted us 10 memberships. Nell W led the wave of 25-month loyalty milestone moments. Chipaz 1990, 11 months. Rab H, 24 months. The clock is ticking. John McKenzie very generously gifted us, I think this is 10 gifted memberships if I remember correctly. Sorry John if my wayward notes have done a disservice, but thank you so much, you're such a great friend to us. Alibi 58 celebrated 25 months as a member, as did Alexandra Wood. Slade Chavara very generously super chatted us, as Scottish Linda, crested the wave of 13 months membership, the 13-month membership milestone. I tell you what I'm going to do, folks. We'll end the stream. If the BizJet comes out, I will film it as a members exclusive clip. You do so much for me. The least I can do is catch that for you. Be bobbing around a little bit. I'm just going to go to the chat. 399 likes. We're like balanced on the precipice, aren't we, really? Thanks, Nell, for that. So, folks, if there's somebody in the show that can get us to 400, that will be fantastic. But hey ho, it is what it is. Alexander's got 396. It would be nice to finish on 400. Loving the fireworks, Scottish Linda. Let's show those. I think that might have already been handled. I'm just going the chat. F1 on. There you go, Hammy. Anything to oblige. Right. I think that's all good. Ross McNeil, see you next time. Now W says 400 is up. Bear with me. That was the firework moment for 400 up. You've been awesome, one and all. So I'm going to step away from the tablet, just say it's been great. Watch this space for details on next action. But till then, stay safe, take care and have fun. Bye-bye.